Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Happy Saturday and happy Aimee Stewart Day and happy 1 year anniversary to the channel. Thank you, everyone. So great to see you. Yes, it's been a year since my first live, and I only noticed just a couple of days ago, to be honest with you. I was thinking, well, I think it's around a year-ish, and I checked the date, and lo and behold, today is exact 1 year ago that I came on for the first time and streamed on this channel. And of course, at that time, I didn't have all of you as company. I was pretty much on my own for the first, at least, few days or so. And then randomly, stitchers like you would find a channel, find a stream, and just pop in to say hello. And here we are, And I think I was thinking about what to work on for today, and a few ideas came by, and I decided to work on traveling library because I think the channel is a little bit like the traveling library. It would just pop up magically somewhere, and maybe someone somewhere finds us completely randomly, and it was their idea of a good time to come and join us. It's a little bit like the magical caravan and the just popping up in this magical world. And so I think it's quite appropriate. And I do miss a little bit of even weave action as well after one week of our retreat. And I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. The 14 count was such a relaxing stitching. But today, I'm back to this piece, okay? And if you haven't seen this piece, you're missing out. Seriously. It's Aimee Stewart, okay? And one of our favorite artists there. And let me show you the markup. There you go. And yes, it's gorgeous. I don't need to explain why I'm stitching it or why so many of you are stitching it. It is absolutely glorious, and the color schemes and also the details and intricacy of the design is bar none, I would say. And it's not just so much, it's so high detailed, but there is a world that's being built, created within this image. And there's a little fox you can probably see on the bench there, reading as well. So this is a magical caravan in a magical kingdom with a magical fox as well. And the bed on the far end is just so pretty, and all the tapestry, the rugs, and all the patterns there, and every stitch is just so fun with this piece. And admittedly, I have not I have not stitched this piece probably for about a couple of weeks now, so I'm dying to get back to it. Okay, and let me show you where I am in terms of progress. So this piece, if you remember, I started from the center top, which is slightly unconventional, but kind of it makes sense for this piece. And working down, changing the method as I went forward. And this is where I am at this point. And this is quite a long piece, portrait. So I've got a little bit to go. I've got a little bit to go, but I am still looking forward to it. Because every part that I've stitched so far, it's been really, really fun to do, and full of secrets, this piece, and surprises. And in terms of numbers, currently I got my last session being pulled up here was back in March, okay, back in March, and so I'm going to delete that now and create a new sprint, okay, in a bit. But I want to draw your attention to the percentage. Komari, currently one of our favorite floss tubers, currently she probably got a different name today. I have no idea. She changes it every 3 days, but it's Komari to me, okay. And her progress, I checked today, I think she's reaching 8%. So I've got a little bit to catch up, and she's working on supersize, okay? So currently I'm on 2.28. and not bad at all, not bad at all. And the number of colors for this piece is very close to max. It's got 239 colors. So this is max color, regular size. All right. And let me start a new sprint here. This is going to capture my stitches. So for the last couple of streams, for some reason, we got, kicked out of our streams at the end. So I couldn't share the number of the stitches with you at the end. But today, hopefully, this is the birthday of the channel, birthday of the live stream. So hopefully, internet is going to be kind to us. But if not, we just start a new stream. No biggie, okay? And so this is going to capture every single stitch I'm going to be doing today. And I want to say hello to all of you. And already there's Adri. Adri, where have you been? Came in with a super chat to €2. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. And so Adri once again has managed to jump the queue. Well done with the super chat. Thank you. And so let's have a look. Who have we got today in the chat with us? We have Dragon Lady's the first today. How wonderful. Congratulations. And thank you for your well wishes. Thank you so much. And good to have you. And Sarah as well. And thank you. And Sarah has been here from the very, very beginning. I remember when, on each stream, on average, we have about 5 people. And Sarah and a few others, Susan and Suzanne and River, they were there. And we just hang out every day. And Nikki as well. Where's Nikki today? Come out, Nikki. And Maddie as well. Thank you so much. And Rajal says, hello, Rajal. Rajal has been there from the beginning as well, of course. And Clara as well. Hello, thank you so much. Everybody. We have Clara, we have Sound Stitching, and thank you for your kind wishes. And we have Travis as well. Great to see you, Travis. And Chloe as well. Hello, good to see you. And of course, our Suzanne and Janine as well. Yes, our Janine is also here. And Suvi, great to see you guys. I'm highlighting everyone because everyone is so kind to the channel. And Guy Lane as well. And Lizzie also is in the chat with us today. And Amanda, our new friends here. And BLT as well. Great to see you. And Susan as well. I nearly missed that. Susan, yes, Susan has been there. Has been here from the very, very beginning as well. And Katrina, hello. And who else have we got? Mandy, great to see you, Mandy. And Kelly. Laura, yes, Laura has been with us for quite a while as well. And Rose, of course, Rose has been here. I mean, Rose is normally reporting from work club, okay? So she's not always in the chat, but I know she's always there. And also I'm watching replay as well, aren't you, Rose? And great to have you. And who else have we got? Means Passion as well. And Alison, great to see you. Oh, wonderful. And Sarah VM as well. And who else have we got? And Little Stitch, Princess of Little Tiny Stitches. Kristen is also here. And Moondar Psychic, hi, welcome back. Good to see you. And of course, Adri is here. Hello. And Adri was here for quite a while in the beginning. And then she disappeared off. Adri, very naughty. And great to have you, everyone. And I'll come back to say hello to you, to everybody in a bit. And I just want to show you the screenshot of my first stream, okay? I just grabbed it and just as kind of a, souvenir. So I'm going to just show you. Look at this. It was 4th of April, 2025 there. And currently it's got over 1,000 views. But when I first streamed, I think I had about 5. at the end, something like that. So, things have moved on, and thanks to all of you for your support. And, being here is telling me that you enjoy stitching together, and it makes me want to come back every day and stitch together with you as well. So thank you. And this is as much as for me an anniversary. It's for you as well. It doesn't matter if you just joined yesterday, you're part of this community, you're part of this group, and everybody is so welcome. And let's get on with a little bit of stitching, and we'll chat. Of course, we'll chat. And so, this piece I started sometime last year, the end of last year, maybe I think it's September, October time. We did a marathon when we started this, because it was such a beautiful, epic piece that everybody wanted to stitch together. So we did kind of a new start, so to speak, and it became a sort of really integral part of the Aimee Stewart style every Saturday. And this piece, I decided to stitch on 28 count. Let me just zoom in a little bit, okay? These are just so beautiful. I love the fabric of 28 counts. This year, for some reason, I was very drawn to 25 counts. So I've been, the new pieces I've been starting, they have been mostly 25 counts. I think I started 2 pieces, something like that. But I love 28 as well. It was a new experience for me. I was a little bit scared, but this has been working great. And I love the fabric. It's so light. You can see through the fabric. You can see my fingers literally. And so it's a different stitching experience. And as I said, I started from the top center. And the reason I wanted to do this top center is by moving downwards, my plan. So I think the middle point was somewhere here. And my plan was to kind of branch out wherever I liked and do longer distance cross country, inspired by Nikki and a few others. And I wanted to kind of spread my wings a little bit. Because up to this point, I was doing very short distance cross country and it was working fine. But 28, I have to say, is perfect for longer distance cross country, provided you count your stitches correctly, okay? Which can be, an issue for me sometimes, but you know by now with my Coco Rouge. But so far with this piece, seems to be okay. I have not come across any kind of, major errors yet, okay? And I have been moving down, flow with the stitches, just flow with the colors I liked, and I part this on this area and worked on this area for quite a bit, for maybe even a couple of months. And I did bumblebees and all the beautiful patterns here. But at some point, I decided to go back to the basics and do some groundwork here. And because, I've got so many sort of empty space behind, which is fine. But, from time to time, I want to come back and take care of the borders. And today is one of those days. I think today I am going to focus on the top section a little bit more. You can probably tell just by how I position my fabric. And I'm going to focus on this area. And for the last few sessions, you probably know that I've been doing a typewriter method, which has been working quite well. I have not done typewriter with this one, but today, I think that's what I'm going to do. I am going to focus on the top border here and start to fill in, pick symbol by symbol, which will probably, make me wander off and start just stitch what I want a little bit. It would make me a little bit more disciplined in terms of, filling up the top border. And so I think this is my plan. It sounds good to me. And just see how far we can go, okay? I have Komari as a guide, as the goal, and as an inspiration. And let's see if we can reach slightly closer to 8% today, even just few stitches closer. Okay, so this is my plan today. What is your plan? Let me know what you're working on. We are, this is an anniversary, but also our Aimee style. So let me see if you're working on an Aimee Stewart piece, and if not, it's quite okay. We have back door, side door, we have calf flap, and you can just sneak in. You're welcome. And just join us and just hang out. And that's what it's all about. This is what we do every day. We really do not have any other goals other than just get together, talk about things we love, stitching and otherwise, and then just enjoy this wonderful activity. Okay, and let's have a look here. And Lynn Burgess has joined us as well. And Moti Stitcher, hello. Yes, Moti Stitcher, I haven't seen you for a little while. And she says, hi everyone, happy anniversary. Yogi, sorry, haven't been active here for a while, but I've been busy with family issues lately, so finally have some time to catch up. And how wonderful of you to come forward on the anniversary. Thank you so much for your support. And I hope everything's okay with the family. Yes, family comes first for sure. But make sure that you make some time for yourself every day. It's really, really important. So, you have some me time. And Michelle as well. Hello, Michelle. Wonderful. And if I have not said hello to you, just give me a little wave. Samantha is also here, of course. Hello, hello. And Daria he is here as well. And I think Chiviz is in the chat as well. I'm just going back a little bit. And if I miss anyone, just give me a little wave. And welcome, all of you. So this piece I'm going to stitch with DMC 1/1. Okay, so I've been doing 2/1 for an entire week, and today 28 counts, 1/1 DMC. Let's go. So let me zoom in my top border here, and I'm going to do my best to follow the order and doing typewriting in terms of selecting color selection. And there's bound to be quite a lot of ninja stitches. This is max colors after all. So the first color of my choice, I'm very happy, is a pink. 3326 3326 3326. Lovely color. And Chiviz says, I start a new project today. A dino skulls with flowers by Stitcher Picasso. Stitcher Picasso. Oh, is it a company then? Sounds like it. Wonderful, a new start. And Suzanne says, I'm working on mini love letters chocolate shop. I finished the rotation of Valentine's Nook earlier on, and it's 14 count. I really love it. And we did 14 count week. Yes, wonderful. That piece, I started off with the Valentine's Nook. I started with 14 count as well with DMC, but I wasn't happy with DMC with 2-strand 14 counts. So I kind of restarted it and on 20 counts, and it's been a little while. Yes, that's a beautiful piece from Kim Jacobs. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Yes, there's a little bit of getting used to that because we've been doing 14 counts for a week, and now it's half the size with a quarter size of stitches. So just zoom in a little bit so you can see. And I'm very happy that I can still see the stitches. Yes, I was wondering what was going to happen after 1 week stitching 14 counts, which I'd never done before, not really. So, and luckily I can still see the stitches, no problem there. And I am going just to follow the colors, which is, probably makes things a little bit more relaxing, because every time you try to select colors, there's a sort of decision process, isn't it? So it's about taking that effort away. and just follow the symbols. I like it. And I'm glad the first one is not a ninja stitch, so I can stitch a few more. Sylvie says I was supposed to start storyteller's view, but accidentally started Stitcher's Sanctuary. Oh, that's a paranormal activity that's happening with Sylvie. She was supposed to start one thing and just accidentally started the other one. So the Stitcher's Sanctuary, if you don't know, is a bonus chart for 2026 Heaven and Earth SAL. All the participants receive a copy of this exclusive chart. Well, exclusive so far, right? And also it's a full size chart as well. It's not a cropped out version. So that was, you know, the one of the main reasons a lot of stitchers participated, join in with the SAL. So, and that's what Suvi is working on. Strangely, it doesn't feel weird coming back to 28. Yes, that's very good. So I'm going to move, oh dear, of course, 1, 2. I'm trying to think whether I'll need to do 5 by 5 grid, because 28 fabric's kind of small. I'll see how it goes to see if I need it. Generally, I prefer it nowadays, but let's see if it's going to work out okay. So this one I'm going to end here. I'm enjoying it already. And MM Chua is here as well, and Betty Hankins as well. Thank you for your well wishes. And let me just end this thread here. 3326. 3326. And I have not used my needle board for a week, over a week. 3326. Oh, I already have one dark there. 3326. So it's nice to have the needle board back in my life. And Heather as well, Heather Turtle Stitcher says, hello Yogi and Stitcher, happy Stitchversary. Yes, indeed, for everyone really, because, you know, particularly for those of you who were here from the very beginning, this is an anniversary for you as well. It doesn't seem like that long ago. So I started kind of, you know, so obviously last year today, 4th of February, April, I came on for the first time, you know, and streamed for the first time in my life. And but the daily streams didn't start until I think about June-ish. And I just decided to give myself a challenge and do a 30-day stream challenge, and it just went from there. So I think at this point last year, I was kind of just doing random streams every couple of 2-3 days, something like that. 3688, 3688, and 3688. And also, you know, at that time, because no one was watching anyway, so I just came on whenever I was ready. Sometimes, you know, in the afternoon, quite early, and sometimes quite late at night as well, because it didn't matter at all. And I just came on whenever I feel like it. This one is one baby ninja stitch, just one, right here. Okay, 3688, 3688. Back on the board. Mary Henry, hello. Mary says, hello from Scotland. Just found your channel last night. Yes, I remember Mary saying hello. Yes, welcome. Hang on. Let me just find your message here. So Mary's from Scotland, just found us last night and enjoy. So I subscribed and thank you for sharing your lovely work. And thank you, Mary. And what a great time to join our 1 year anniversary. And hello. And let me know what you're working on and what type of project. And also, guys, we have Facebook group, okay? If you just discovered us, we have a Facebook group. So when we're not streaming, we exchange, our webs and all sorts of other things through the Facebook group. So the link is in description if you would like to join us. Here we go. And I think our Facebook group is also not that far away from 1,000 members, right? I think we started the group maybe July last year. And yes, we've got wonderful stitchers joining us every day, and we have close to 1,000 members now. 3806 3806 3806. Yes. And now I'm going to be, with this piece, I'm going to be a little bit more relaxed about the back. Because normally I'm a little bit, OCD with the back. If the next stitch is too far away and there are too many stitches already been done, I tend to do one stitch, stop, and then move to the second location. I just decided I want to be a little bit more relaxed about that from time to time. I'm sure there'll be still occasions that I will do the starting and stopping, but whenever I can. See, like this one, the next stitch is over here. So normally I would have stop, end the stitch here and start here again. But today I'm gonna just leave a little and just allow the thread to cross over to about nearly 2 blocks. I know. It's quite shocking. Chloe says, I was going to work on something else, but decided to do traveling library too to celebrate with you. Wonderful, Chloe. Yes, get the traveling library out. Maybe we can have some spooky bingos as well. 310, a lot of 310 with this one. And Michelle says, we're home from tennis tournament. Jaden, which is Michelle's son, won first. Oh, round of applause for Jaden. Have I pronounced it correctly? And Michelle says, now I'll be working on traveling library and celebrate with you. Wonderful. Michelle, yes. Well done, Jaden. Yes, your mom is very, very proud. Very, very proud. Congratulations. Lizzie says, it's just me, or is it painful for the hands to frog? I don't know if it's my fibro making it hurt. Well, I suppose if you have to do intricate things for too long, I don't know how many stitches you had to frog. If you have to do it kind of quite focused, and well, frogging can be quite intense. I know that. Yes, you can get a little bit sore, so maybe do a little bit at a time. So you don't, put too much stress on the hands. That's what I'll do with my Gecko Rouge at some point. All right, 3806. I love these little pink patches. Rajal says, I started Vintage Baker working on it today. Oh, I love that piece too. I love that piece too. You know, I did say that I'm gonna kind of have a little rest on Heaven and Earth projects in terms of new starts. I'm gonna continue to stitch the ones I've got, obviously, but in terms of new starts, you know, this year I want to spend some time exploring different companies. But at the same time, all these pieces, I'm just so grateful with Heaven and Earth, and also you know, Aimee Stewart as well, and all those artists like Chira Marchetti, to create these beautiful pieces we're able to stitch and have so much fun with. 893. 893. Wonderful. Majority of them are threaded already. So this one is sticking out. Cassie says I'm restarting Kitschy Cute, but I think it's Aimee Stewart. I had it on 25 counts, didn't work out. Now on 16. Yes, go for it. If you're not happy with the fabric count, just change it. There's no reason. You should just keep it going. If it doesn't speak to you for any reason, restart. So this one has got single stitch as well. So it's going to be a little bit like this, I'm sure, with this area. Because this area is quite confetti. Like most, most areas of this piece. A93. Brittany, hello. Brittany Ferguson says, how hard is it to stitch on 25 counts? I have only worked up to 18 and very intimidated. Yes. Guys, what do you think? Do you remember the time when you went from maybe lower count to 25? It can be intimidating, because I was a little bit, not so much intimidated. I would just worry whether I could see the stitches, you know. And the first time I tried it, I had a terrible time, because I went from 14 counts pretty much overnight. I got the even weave fabric and just you know, hit go and started stitching it. I didn't know what I was looking at, because now for me it's kind of quite second nature. So whether I'm looking at Ada or looking at even weave, instantly my brain can interpret it. But at that time I had no experience stitching even weave, so I was trying to look at the fabric and try to figure out where to stitch. It sounds really simple, even just where I need to put the crosses, how to count stitches. I couldn't do it, because I didn't, you know, I just couldn't read the fabric at all. So that takes a little bit of time to get used to. And I think the probably best thing to work your way up rather than jumping from 18, which is not super low count, right? But maybe you can work up to about 22. You can get a small piece of fabric and just try that, and just allow the eyes to get used to even weave, which looks very different from Ada. 892. Let me just find my thread. It's wonderful to have a needle board, because most of the colors are threaded with a needle already. And the best policy is probably easing into it rather than forcing your eyes to kind of adjust instantly. Maybe for some people it works, but for me, it's not even about my eyesight. My eyesight is relatively good, but it's just my brain doesn't know what I was looking at. And I think if you do some tests, just give yourself some time to get used to it. I'm sure you can. But up to yesterday, we were doing 1 week of 14 count retreat. And one of the goals is to send out a message, just make stitches, take the pressure off, because there's no intrinsic reason you need to go up to 25. I think a lot of stitchers might choose to because it's fun, right? It's a different type of fabric. But if your eyes are not liking it, let it go. 18 just and 14 just as beautiful. You need to be happy and comfortable stitching. And Robert, hello. Thank you so much, Robert. And Robert says, happy anniversary. Thanks to having me here. And welcome, Robert, our gentleman stitcher. We have Travis, we have Robert here, and occasionally we have Steve. Occasionally, like special guest, we have Steve. Steve has been a regular for a long time as well, even though, sometimes life takes over. There are things that people have to go do. Totally understand. This one over here, I don't know why I have a little black stitch here. And Heather says, traveling library is my first stitch on 25 counts. I've got floor lamp and magnifying glasses, and it's been easier than I fear it would be. Yes, I think grey lighting is really, really important. And some of you might choose to have magnifier as well if it's comfortable for the eyes. You can get a lot of accessories to help you. But still, if it's still not comfortable, then, just do your sort of fabric count and the eyes, feel comfortable to do. But I totally understand why stitchers will want to give it a go, because I was very curious as well. I remember my mind was blown when I first saw someone doing single strand stitching. I didn't know it was a thing, because up to that point, my whole life, my experience with cross stitching was always 2 strands. 892. Going back on my needle board. I've been very good. I've been following the symbols. 3712. 3712. Clara says, yesterday I started a new counted cross stitch pattern from the Stamp Stitch Club. It's called Tiger Club. I finally bought 22 count fabric and using CXC floss. 1/1 coverage is awesome. Oh, so 22 counts, 1/1 full cross, CXC. Yes. CXC is a little bit fuller, isn't it? 3712. And the Stamp Stitch Club, the name is slightly deceiving, because they do patterns as well, digital download of patterns as well, not just stamp kits, even though I think stamp kit is their bread and butter. Yes, I think 22 1/1. is pretty good, because I have my 22 counts. I'm doing 10 stitches with CXE 2/1, so the coverage should be quite similar. Heather says, I think I found a channel in April or May, before Yogi started streaming every day. Oh, really? Yes, I'm trying to recall, because before I started my first streaming session, I was actually I did a little bit, doubled a little bit of recorded sessions. And I probably did about 2 or 3, something like that. And because at that time, I wasn't sure which one was better for me, and which one worked better. And so I started off doing recording, and then decided streaming might be a better option. So I just gave it a go. I didn't really think about where, it was going to take me, how long I was going to do it. It was just a fun idea. I wanted to try. So, and I can't remember how long after I decided to stream. Not that long after. So I uploaded a couple of recorded sessions, and then, started streaming, and that was it. So Heather has been around for a long, long time as well, because I'm sure there were probably viewers found the channel at that time, but perhaps didn't necessarily come forward to the chat, right? Frequent enough that that I kind of remember. I'm sure there were quite a lot of viewers just watching, wondering what this strange person doing every day. Three seven one two. Because this is a channel that I wish I had access to when I started full coverage stitching, because I had to literally look high and low on YouTube, and going back to videos that were very, very old, like 10 years old, 12 years old, to try to find information. And at that time, there were kind of Stitch With Me and stuff like that, and also Floss Tube and stuff, but mostly recorded. And they weren't any kind of live streaming that I was aware of, and until I found Komari. But then Komari, she's speaking different language, so mostly I was just watching passively and try to learn all sorts of things from her. Suzanne says, I think I started in last June. So I think that was when I started daily streaming, maybe June or July or something like that, maybe June. Lynn Kershaw says, oh, Lynn, yes. Says, hi, Yogi and fellow stitchers. Hello to Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia, hope you're doing well. I'm sure she is. She's probably training for marathon now. 402, right, Cynthia? 402. 2 stitches. Nokia says, no, Nokia, what am I saying? Travis. Oh, Travis says, I think your first marathon stream was the first stream I watched. Oh, so Travis discovered us on our first marathon. We did, yes, we did a 10-hour marathon. It was unheard of at that time, I think. So Travis was probably in shock. Lizzie says, I reckon I discovered Yogi in either August or September. Yes. That sounds about right, I think. September, that was, yes, a little bit later. I remember Lizzie coming on. Brittany is asking, where do you purchase your 25-count fabric and full coverage pieces? So with these, most of my webs, I kitted it up myself, meaning that I buy the patterns separately from the material. So you can buy the patterns from wherever. This one is from Heaven and Earth. They have tons and tons and tons of digital downloadable patterns, and you can stitch them on any fabric count. You know, it doesn't have to be 25, and the material is up to you. You can buy. I buy my fabric mostly on Etsy. You can find a reliable vendor from your local Etsy, or sometimes Amazon. You know, I think Etsy is probably better if you have access to it, and the floors. You can buy them from anywhere, Etsy, Amazon, or online websites. And it's up to you how you want to put it together. And you don't have to stitch with DMC. You can, I have a lot of projects. I stitch with CXC as well. 402. And there are different types of floss available to us. Sorry, I'm slightly behind in the chat. Let me just say hello to people joining us. Annie B, hello. Great to see you. And Cedric as well, hello. Oh, Adri is so good. Adri is, definitely made to be a floss tuber, a YouTuber. Adri says we have around 80 people watching. So stitch like this. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry. All right, next one. Oh, Adrian has got a new job. Sorry about that. I'm just reading Lizzie's comments here. So it's a great day for celebration, Yogi and her year anniversary, and Adrian, her new job. Oh, wow. And Michelle's son, Jaden Winnie. Absolutely, Lizzie. I love it. Yes, all these things. Congratulations, Adri. Sorry, I probably missed the comments there. And Adri has just left the last job that didn't make her happy. And now she's got a new job. Wonderful. Congratulations. I hope this one is going to be a new chapter of your life, and you're going to be very happy. A33. Yes. If you're not happy with your job, just walk away and new doors will open. A33, single stitch, single stitch. Never settle for less, you deserve better. Brittany says, also starting Vintage Baker on 18 counts. Love the way yours looking. Yes. I think that chart, Vintage Baker, is kind of a hidden gem. And I'm very happy quite a lot of you discover the patterns through this channel. And I love it. It's just such a comfort stitching, isn't it? And I love baking. I love, that type of themes. And the great thing about that piece is, as far as I know, there is only a regular color version. So it's quite, it kind of takes that choice away from you in a good way. You don't have to worry about max colors. There's only one version. A33. because I tend to go for max colors if I have the choice, but I'm quite happy stitching regular colors. Sidri says, I started watching you on YouTube. I learned about Saga. Oh, right. So Sidri has learned Saga through me. That's amazing. Yes. I remember, yes, because nowadays I kind of take for granted, I just use Saga every day. But in the beginning, no one knew about Saga. Very few, including me. I had to learn from scratch. Yes. Ah, yes, of course, and stitching masterpieces. I think I found, well, I learned about the app through stitching masterpieces as well. And then I kind of parked it, thinking that, because the way she used it, I was intrigued, but not enough to do something. And then I think Needlebug mentioned it, and then I really took, a deeper interest. So it was June. Oh, so I see. So Sidri joined the Facebook group, Saga Facebook group on the same day. So there's a timestamp there. Very good. Hi, Rachel Morton. Welcome. And Janine says, I can't remember when I started watching, maybe September. I learned before I started chatting. Love you, Yogi. Thank you so much. Love you too, Janine. Love you too. And yes, a lot of people probably, don't come forward and chat immediately. It's only normal that we kind of want to just watch what these people are doing first before we want to say something in a chat. I'm like that as well. 3773. And sometimes it's you're kind of happy lurking until there's a topic. You really have something to say. I have to come forward and say this, and that's when people start to join in. I love that. And we talk about all sorts of things every day. And every day coming before the stream, I have no idea what we're going to be talking about. I know we're going to be talking about stitching for sure, but we talk about a whole load of other things. I think this stitch is a little bit weird. Oh, Dragon Lady says, I could not wait any longer or resist the temptation. Just purchase traveling library. Wonderful. And you know what? Because now Aimee Stewart's patterns are not going to be on sale. So in a way, there's no reason to wait, right? Because sometimes you kind of go, well, I want a pattern now, but I want to wait till the next sale rather, and now you don't, because it's not going to be discounted for the eternity. So if you want any Aimee Stewart pattern, just go grab it. There's no need to wait. Yes, join us with the traveling library. It's a beautiful piece. And Dragon Lady says, I'm sticking with regular size, only need to live 1,000 years over all my webs. Yes, I mean, I'm stitching regular size. And it's a lot. I think, well, in some way, if you think about it, if you do the maths, right, the super size and regular colors, they've got the same number of colors. The max is 240. I don't know if the max colors got one extra, but the same number of colors, but distributed within a smaller area, less stitches. So in theory, regular size is more challenging to stitch. If you go, I don't know whether you went for regular colors or max colors, but in comparison, it makes sense, right? The regular size is actually more challenging, more color changes. Whoops. Annie B says, hi Yogi, turning late, so I'm rewinding to the beginning, but I wanted to wish you a happy anniversary. Congratulations, 1 year of YouTube. Thank you so much, Annie B. Yeah, some viewers like to watch from the start if they join in a little bit later. So thank you for your well wishes. Oh, Heather has looked back on the timestamp, the date stamp. It was June 22nd. Oh my goodness. How do you find out then? Does it tell you? Amazing. So it was probably in the beginning when I started daily streaming. Samantha is asking, has anyone done black work where you use black Ada and white thread? I see. I'm sure it's been done. Has anyone done it? I know there's white work, which is white on white, which is slightly different than what you're describing. Yes, and also I've learned so much. Just through daily streaming with you, I've learned different type of genre of stitching, different techniques, different companies, you know. Hi, Grace Houston. Hello, hello. And Jennifer Green is here as well. Ebony. It's a different Ebony. Hello. Ebony says, let me see if I can highlight. We'd like to highlight a little bit of our new friends here. And Ebony says, I'm usually a lurker, but I wanted to say congratulations on 1 year of streaming. Thank you so much, Ebony. That is so kind. Yes, you can lurk all you want. But yes, it's nice to occasionally come forward and say hello. We'd love to know that you are there. So thank you for your kind words and welcome. And Busy Mom, hello Busy Mom. Thank you so much, Busy Mom. And Busy Mom, how long have you been a floss tuber then? I think when I started, you know, Nikki and also Busy Mom, they've been around for a little while. And Nikki was the first person to come forward to chat with me on live stream. I can't remember which day that was. It was probably a few streams into my monologue, talking to myself, and Nikki popped on and go, "Hey, what are you doing there, crazy person?" And we started chatting, and she was so kind, and she had a floss tube channel already, and she mentioned me, and so I'm sure some of you probably found me through Nikki as well. And also Brittany as well. Brittany was probably one of the first as well, maybe the second one. And Brittany has been just so so wonderful, because sometimes when you have a brand new channel, you have no viewers and people don't know what you're doing. Sometimes people are not very, well, I suppose not very trusting in the sense, because they don't know what to make of you just yet. But some of you are just so wonderful and have so much faith in me, and just enjoy coming on every day and have a chat. We just talk about silly things and about nerdy things, and just went from there. It takes some, you know, some trust and some faith in someone, because most people probably rather going to really big channels because they've been sussed out already. They know what they're about, and when you're just, you know, really small, they don't know what you're doing. So I'm really, really grateful. This is food. Yes, we talk about food a lot, indeed. That's stitching and food. These are the foundation of our, of our channel, pretty much. Heather says, I was watching Busy Mum before I watched Yogi. Yes, Busy Mum has been around for a lot longer. Yes. And yes, I think there's some really kind mentions from Busy Mum as well, and a few other floss tubers. It's completely word of mouth, and also algorithm, you know, the randomness of algorithm that brought people here. Next one, that one. And this one, a few stitches, 754, 754. And let me take a sip of my coffee. I'm drinking my black coffee as usual. Enjoy your run, Rachel. Thank you. And Heather says, I put in an order for Aimee Stewart library of cats split into 2 super-sized max color charts. So you would total about, oh my goodness, let me highlight this. I think people need to see it. Where is it? It might be the first one. Do you not think, Heather? Has anybody done this before? So guys, have a look at this. So this is Aimee Stewart's new pattern, Library of Cats. And currently, it just came out a few days ago, like last week. And currently it's regular color, regular size. And I think I've already heard a lot of stitchers waiting for super size. Max colors, okay, which is kind of, you know, it happens a lot with Aimee Stewart charts. But now what Heather is offering and has done is to ask heaven and earth to split the chart in two, okay, and make each piece supersize a max color. Are you getting the picture? Yeah? And take a deep breath, ujjayi breath, okay? So the total number of was height and width would be 1600 width and 999, which I think is the maximum height. Is it the maximum height for the stitch count, or is it maximum for the software to handle? So the height would be 999, which is the max, and then the length will be 1600, which is double the size of the regular super size. I can't even breathe just thinking about it. I have to stop and take a breath. And yes, and Heather says, I don't know when Michelle will be able to chart it. I'm sure that there's probably a button on the software, just say supersize it, double size it. It will be done. Oh, amazing. Heather, do you think this is the first one anybody has requested such thing? Just in case the supersize is not enough, make it 2, make it double. So this is a situation, so if you are interested in library of cats, which probably qualify. Oh, what's happening? Why is the alarm bell? Why is the alarm bell being raised? Do not scare Yogi, okay? Yes, I was saying that if you're interested in the library of cats, you can have a think. Do you want regular size, regular colors, super size? I don't think there's a mini yet. I don't think it's a good piece to ask for mini. I would not recommend it. If you don't know what the pattern looks like, you can go to Heaven and Earth and just type in a library of cats or a new release at the moment, and you will see the pattern. It's not a great candidate for mini, so would not surprise me if no one asked for that. But regular size, doable. Regular max colors, doable. Super size, doable. How about double super size? Samantha saying, no white word for me. Me either. You and me both. And Samantha says, I plan using black Ada fabric with white and neon threads. I think that's quite doable because there's a lot of contrast. And I think black work, I think, you can technically use any color you like. Samantha says monochrome charts also piqued my interest. Oh, interesting, Samantha. Not for me just yet. my attention has not moved into monochrome just yet. But then again, the things I say I'll never do normally is the next thing I'm doing. Okay, 754. See you later, Sarvian. Clara says, Facebook says, I joined the group in November 2025. Okay, end of last year. So there's probably more or less time I started watching Yogi. So end of last year. Yes, I remember roughly around that time Clara started to pop up on the chat regularly. All right, next one. It's nice to see this, top border being formed neatly there's more sort of sense of completion, even though there's still a whole bunch I need to do at the bottom. It just feels better, isn't it? And 603, 603, 603 is a pink. It's a pink. So Busy Mom has been a floss tuber for 2 years. Amazing. Suzanne says YouTube recommended your channel. I watched the replay and I think it was Love Letters. And then the next one I watched was Valentine's Note. Oh, I'm trying to think. Love Letters. Yes, it was. I cannot say when because I started working on those ones from the very beginning of, the streaming and the channel as well. Because the channel I actually created the year before. I think sometime 2024, but I didn't do anything at all. I just created it, have some idea in my mind, but I just wasn't ready to do anything with it. So it took like a year for me to actually create any content. Sometimes it works like that. Marilyn, hello. Marilyn says, hi there. I just started cross stitch, and your tutorials have been very helpful. Thank you so much, Marilyn. Welcome. And yes, I think for a lot of stitchers, sometimes they come across the channel through either the shorts where I do some parking. I still get a lot of comments saying, what is that? Never heard of it. I've been stitching for ages, for years and years. I've never seen parking method. So that always makes me smile. And but Marilyn says, I've just started cross stitch. And what kind of project are you doing then, Marilyn? And thank you so much for your kind words. Because parking, now we're taking for granted. If you've been in this community for a while, you've been doing, this type of stitching. But for a lot of stitchers, it's completely foreign. And it was totally foreign to me as well. And I actually had a stitcher, a viewer said, I've been parking, but I didn't know how to call it. I think she just intuitively figure it out and just did it, but didn't have a name. And that was so fascinating because it probably just shows that it's such a niche area. It's not something you can just share with your friends, even if your friends do crafts and stuff like that. But even within cross stitching, this is such a niche group. So the lady's been trying to do something like that, like parking, but didn't know what it was. It kind of just makes sense to her, and she did it. But to be honest, it never occurred to me that you could park. Adri says, I was one of those random people that YouTube recommended your channel. Well, not so random, because Adri was into craft as well. Not so much cross-stitching, right? But Adri was doing a bit of knitting, sewing, whatever. So it's kind of related. But also quite random, I'm sure. YouTube is a bit like that. But the thing is, with our YouTube's recommendation, I'll probably, be watching the same channels. Like never changes. So recommendation is a good thing. Travis says, I see your Pikachu. Yes, today is Pikachu Day. Look at that. Travis is a big Pokemon fan. Grace. Grace says, speaking of kale, are we talking about kale? At what point? Yes. Grace says, speaking of kale, I've been experimenting kale salad with apple and green goddess dressing. I don't know what green goddess dressing is, but apple. Yes. Apple celery, and they go really, really well with kale salad as well. Yes, kale is lovely, isn't it? And if you want to eat kale raw, okay, you can just kind of crush the leaves slightly to soften and to release all the goodness, and just make them a little bit more sort of tender to eat, and sprinkle a little bit of salt. That's wonderful. I love kale. Speaking of kale, of course, we talk about kale a lot. Susan says, I was brought here because I was watching Gemma Stitches. Oh, really? Yeah, Susan's been with us for quite a while as well. And it was Gemma, was it? Yes, Gemma is one of my favorite floss tubers as well. And Gemma has been around for a long time. And I remember it was her, through her, I learned her parking method, of course, but diagonal parking. I pretty much learned from her. Six zero three. Yes, Lizzie, I remember when you came on, it was around the same time, I think Alandria joined as well. I remember thinking, oh, yes, two ladies from the UK as well. What's green goddess dressing? Is it ready-made dressing? And has he got just green herbs? Oh, right, Samantha. Samantha says, I was alarmed with the size of the chart. Oh, the double super size. It may be the first one. Brittany, hello. Brittany says, happy anniversary, Yogi. I'm so glad to be here for this journey. Brittany was here from the very beginning and was so supportive as well. Because as I said, at that time, I had about 5 viewers for most streams. And Brittany was just leaving comments and, kind of just going, I'm going to be watching you later on. Hello, that kind of things. And it was so encouraging for a new content creator. At least one person, one person out there enjoying your content. So thank you so much, Brittany. Very, very special. 3687. Jackie Turner says, I think I'm the only person that doesn't really like the chart. Library of Cars. Yes. Well, no charts are liked by everybody for sure. Yes. Sometimes it's just not for you and it's perfectly fine, isn't it? I'm sure you're not the only one, okay? 1, 2. I think Library of Cats for me, I'm kind of slightly with Samantha there. I visually I find it too busy for me, even though I stitch quite a lot of Amy Stewart charts. It's got a lot going on as well. But I think this one kind of crossed over a little bit for me. That it's a little bit overwhelming. I wouldn't mind having a cropped version of certain area and maybe like how do you call it, quick stitch type of thing. There are certain areas of this chart I like, but not all of them. Three six A7, 36A7. And Sarah's enjoying a fresh cup of coffee. I love my coffee too. Jackie says the Library of Cats seems to be a bunch of other charts put together. It's a little bit like the Sanctuary piece as well, isn't it? The bonus chart. It's kind of, they've probably taken certain elements of other charts and put together. I mean, the title is Library of Cats. I don't know. I don't know about the dog one. Has she done the same with the Library of Dogs? Is it kind of a collage of her other pieces as well? And I can kind of understand why you might not like that because, we like to think every single chart is totally original, kind of freshly created. I get it. 554. Because Library of Cats has the winter reading nook cats on there as well. I don't know if they're stitch by stitch identical, but the images are the same. So some people might not want that. Yes, that's right, Jackie. Yes, because I've got winter reading nook, so instantly I recognize them. Hi, River. Welcome. Lizzie says, I love the busyness of the chart and lots of cats. I do not care if it's a mashup of other charts. I love it. I think if you never stitch the other pieces, you probably care much less. But if you have other pieces already, for instance, if you already have the winter reading nook, it probably felt like it's kind of a repeat. But if you have not stitched any other ones, then it probably doesn't matter. And it's quite okay. You don't have to like it. I don't like every single piece from Amy Stewart or, some of my favorite artists. Chira Makete, for instance, some majority of his work I'm actually not drawn to at all. Like he's got very different styles for different pieces. Like the more recent ones, just not for me. And also the tarot cards style, that range of work, I'm not interested in at all. So for me, it's not so much the artist, it's more I go with the artwork rather than the artist. 554. And you shouldn't feel pressure, you know, to like anything. Why? Why should you feel like that, right? Laura says, same. I have enough cats and the details needed seem to like you need supersize, which is too big for me. And Laura doesn't need to stitch Library of Cats. I mean, Laura is living in Library of Cats. I don't know. Yes. Laura's got 19 cats and probably the number is growing as well. So I probably need to check every month to get the most up-to-date number. I'm so envious though. Oh, those kitties, particularly the kittens. 3771. Clara says, and since then, Yogi, my webs have increased because of all your lives where I see you stitching on your beautiful webs. Lovely variety that never appealed to me. Yes, totally. I think it's quite interesting, quite inspiring watching other people working because it gets you excited. And also a lot of times if you just look at a pattern, it kind of just, you know, either you like the pattern or not. But when you see a person actually working on it, you know, it's much better way to gauge if that pattern is for you when you're seeing it being stitched. Absolutely. And I love, you know, the Clara's spirit because Clara is very just up for new challenges, you know, like when we're doing side quests and stuff. She's totally open to try new things, and I'm like that as well, you know. If you show me a new thing, I want to try it. Three, 771. I'm doing pretty well. This is the second block. This is the last stitch of the second block, width-wise. Let me see what this color is. Just one stitch. 3046. 3046. Oh, Sarah. Sarah, you need to give KO a chance, okay? And Chiviz S also says, I was also part of the random recommendation group. Yes, the beauty of the random algorithm. I think it's kind of random and not, you know. I don't think if someone has never taken interest in crafts or stitching, I don't know if they're you know, my channel is going to be recommended. But if you have done, you know, even just other types of crafts like knitting or whatever, maybe you'll be a candidate. Hi, Rose. Rose says good morning. Yes, indeed. Good morning, Australia. Grace Hudson says, Yogi, I saute the kale ahead of time and let it cook. Oh, that's a great option as well. So it's not raw kale. Cook kale, saute kale. Beautiful. And so the kale is sauteed beforehand, cooled, and before adding other ingredients. Green Goddess dressing has avocado, green onion, lemon juice, chives, parsley, basil, garlic, vinegar. All my favorite things, Grace. I don't think I've ever seen Green Goddess dressing, but I love it. You can make it by yourself easily, I presume. Sounds quite easy. Just mix everything together. 3046. Oh, I love the sound of that, Jessie. 3046. Suzanne says the regular size of Library of Cats just wasn't good for me. Then you need to go for the double supersize. That's for you. You just need to wait a little bit. And Kristen says, I'm fairly certain my first day was the day that alarm system was created. Oh, I remember that stream. Yes. And Kristen says, I was part of that brainstorming. Really, Kristen? So, you know, up to that point, there were occasions when I was streaming and my sound goes off or something goes off or I stitch the wrong, stitch or something like that. And normally I'm behind the chat, okay? So a lot of times it takes me minutes to get to the comments. If someone goes, hey, Yogi, you stitched that one wrong, or Yogi, your sound is off. And sometimes I'm not aware for ages. So the chat decided, I still remember that stream. So Kristen apparently was there and came up with the idea. Because the chat decided that, that the heart icon on your bottom right on your chat, not everybody's aware of doing it. And some people hit it just to say like, it's a kind of a live stream way of saying like and just show support. But if you press and open, there are a few other options. And that was one that's got a kind of weird faces, kind of emoji there. And the chat decided that would be a good way to raise the alarm to get my attention, because that thing will come on anytime. It doesn't matter where I am on the chat and on the comments. And so, yeah, that was a great system, and it's been working every day. Because even if I don't get to the comments just yet, I can see that thing, that weird faces, kind of floating up. And sometimes it's heart shaped, then I know it's just a supportive thing. But very good. Thank you very much, Kristen. Very cunning. It's working really well. Too well, I think. 891. 891. And that was quite a while back. Quite a while back. So do not hit that funny face willy-nilly, okay? It's going to give me a heart attack. Susan Barnes, darling, yes. Susan says, hi, Yogi. Hi, everyone. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much, Susan. Susan's such a great supporter of the channel as well. I'm so blessed with so many great viewers. Jackie Turner says, Yogi, did you know the Kamari I'm stitching traveling library again? She's so fast. Are you asking me if I knew Kamari stitching traveling library? Yes, Jackie, I'm painfully aware, okay? We talk about it almost every day. Yes, and fast is probably not enough as a word to describe what she's doing there. It's alien speed, yes. I'm painfully aware, painfully aware that she is stitching this piece. Kristen says, speaking of Kamari, she did 400-ish stitches in 18 minutes this morning. So how does that work out? So it's about 300 an hour. Is that fast? Well, I know it's faster than me. Is that fast? Well, I suppose it is, right? Because Gemma Gemma can do about 250 to 300 per hour with her method. Well, nothing about Komari is shocking to me anymore. I'm sure that can be challenged. But if you don't know, that Komari is a Japanese floss tuber, and she may be the fastest stitcher that I know of. I'm sure I don't know everybody. Maybe they're faster ones, but I, you know. But the ones I'm aware of, Komari may be the fastest. She's like Olympian athlete in the stitching world. Hi, Dawn King. Hello, Dawn. Dawn says hello. I'm popping out of my usual lurker mode to wish Yogi happy anniversary. Yes, Dawn, thank you so much. How kind of you. Dawn has been around for a long time as well. You know, thank you so much. And happy lurking. Happy lurking. Thank you for saying hello. Jackie says you're such a warm, understanding person. I love your channel. Thank you, Jackie. That's very kind of you to say that. BRT says a couple of my stitchy friends are thinking about requesting ornament size pattern of a certain part of library of cats. I think that's a great idea. Either ornament size or quick stitch, because I can see there are elements of you know, of that chart. I would be interested. As a whole, it's a little bit too much for me. A91. River says, oh, River is shocked about 19 cats. And so at one point, River has 7. But River also has birds as well. River has two parrots. I hope they're doing well. Susan Barnes says, I have a huge 22 count for a library of cats waiting for supersized max color. How about 2 pieces of that, of that 22 count? Do you think 22 counts is large enough to do double supersize? I'm just wondering. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Let me see. I might stop here. I might make this block, the last block that I do typewriter, and then start to wrap to the second block and start to fill in this area. I don't want to go too far. I think this one, this block might be the last one. I don't want to, you know, spread it too wide. It can be overwhelming. So this one is A93, A93, just 1 stitch. And Susan is going to do DMC 1/1 for 22 counts. Yes, I think it's totally doable. And which part of the chart are you starting, Susan? I wonder if you know already. Travis is asking, is there a good place to get a complete CXC or DMC set of threads? Chad can probably answer that. So Travis is in Canada. I think CXC is probably easier, right? Not CXC, DMC is probably easier. They're more sort of widely available, but CXC for some countries, they're not as popular. In the UK, it's relatively easy to get them. 893. But I've heard that for some places, it's not as popular. Oh, Travis, are you considering the massive Pokemon pattern? Because a while ago, Travis was thinking about Amazing Kingdom, Animal Kingdom. Yes, I think that one is definitely up your, alley. Because that one is a counted cross stitching as well, and it's huge. Sarah says, Komari, alien queen. I know, she's definitely firmly on the throne there. All right, so I have completed the first row. So if you're not familiar with typewriting method, basically you pick the colors based on the order of the symbol, one row at a time. And how far you want to go is up to you. I'm going to stop here, and then I'm going to come down to the second row and pick the ones I haven't done already. So this is not traveling method. This is typewriter method. So next one for the second row will be this one. Nice. So this one's got quite a few stitches. 3064. 3064. Cassie says, I'm on 37 stitches since we started. Yes, well done. So we're nearly 2 hours, and Kathy has done 37 stitches. Yeah, probably the same number as Yogi. So we're on the same speed. So Kathy is on Yogi speed. Right, we're in the same time zone, okay? The same dimension. I cannot say the same about Komari. She's in an alternate dimension. Janine says, I saw a fairy painting fairy. Oh, the company last night showing someone stitching their chart. It was definitely Komari's hand. I think they must have paid her to finish the charts for the ads. It's possible because I noticed not just Komari, all the Japanese floss tubers that I've been following, they've been doing a lot of painting fairy unboxing or doing their kits. It's entirely possible that they have some sort of collaboration or affiliation. And they all have those metal frames around the same time, so that's definitely suspicious. Everybody's buying the same thing at the same time from the same company. One, two. Heather says, when I'm having a good stitching day, sometimes I can stitch 400 stitches in 8 hours. Yes, Heather is definitely Yogi speed as well. We're also in the same time zone. Yes, 400 days, very respectable. Are you kidding? Most days I do half of that. Stitching here with you. So Heather, you're very fast. Samantha says, I wonder if there's a person marked in the Guinness Book of World Records for the fastest cross stitch. Well, that'll be Komari. It's already there. Because if you think about someone stitching really fast, you think about them doing like this all the time, like really fast. But that's not what's happening with Komari. Something's happening. I think the time just stretches when she's stitching. Because if you watch her stitching, you probably wouldn't notice that she's actually stitching very fast. And that's an interesting thing. Because she's not like, just stitching like a fiend. She just looks really laid back, really relaxed. And for some reason, she just ended up with crazy number of stitches. I don't know how it works. Heather says we could live stream it. Live stream what? Sorry, I probably probably missed the connection of that comment. Susan says, I think the multi-colors of each shelf is a bit off-putting. Oh, are you talking about the Library of Cats? Well, I think it's just a matter of when you look at the chart, do you like it or do you not like it? That's it, really. Because if you don't, you don't need to analyze it. You don't need to justify it. You just don't. You're not feeling it. That's it. Sarah says, my 8 hours of stitching is about 1,200 to 1,500 stitches. So it's about 150 to 190 stitches per hour. That's very fast, Sarah. Keep it to yourself. Do not scare our stitchers here. Yes, Sarah's our Captain Alien, okay? Oh, this one I have to concentrate a little bit. It's right in the middle. River says, my feather babies are doing very well. The big one found his stash of almonds. Is proud of himself, like my squirrels. So Susan says, upper left is where I'm going to start. Oh, so yes, Susan's doing it like a good girl from the upper left in order. Unlike Yogi, sometimes I cheat. I try to go to places I like to stitch first. So Travis is planning to do 25 counts. Interesting. That's a nice change, isn't it? Because currently the kit is, I think it's 14 counts, isn't it? Grace says, Yogi, your traveling library piece is coming together beautifully. Thank you so much. It's kind of like I've been kind of quite freestyling in terms of how I approach this piece. And yes, I'm really enjoying it. Maybe at some point I'm going to go off and do longer distance cross country again. But at this point, I'd just like to take care of a little bit of a groundwork. Hisai? Hi, Sai. Oh, yes, I recognize you. Yes, you're from Candy Mama's live stream. Yes. She says, happy 1 year anniversary of your live stream. I'm from USA, wishing you good health and continued success for many years. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Yes. Thank you for popping in to say hello. Happy stitching to you. Jackie, hello. Jackie says, congrats on 1 year, Yogi. Thank you so much, Jackie. And Jackie, when did you start your floss tube channel? So Jackie's a floss tuber as well. And it took me a while to realize Jackie was creating content as well. We have a lot of secret or not so secret floss tubers here in the chat. And thank you for your kind words. Sarah says Wall Street 10 goes fast. I forgot. Yes, Sarah is doing black and black, depending on the days. A lot of sweet. Hi, Maddie. Maddie says, my goodness, nearly missed the biggest stream of the year. I don't know if there's a biggest stream of the year, but thank you so much. And Maddie says, what a milestone. Thank you for sharing with us, Yogi. And thank you for your energy and for coming, joining the streams on a regular basis and joining the chat. That's what it's all about. I'm trying to pick which stitch to do next. Heather says, Yogi, I stitched the flower you're working on earlier this week. I'm stitching from the right hand corner and was wondering where when we will cross over. Yes, Heather is coming from the upper right. I'm starting from the center. And at some point, we're probably going to meet. You probably have to come over to meet me rather than the other way around. But yes, yes, I have seen your the pictures that you posted. It's going really, really well. Definitely much further than Yogi. Hisai says, my friend's Japanese streamer Shino. Yeah, Shino and Candy Mama, May 51. Yes, all the usual suspects. Emma, Natsu will jump up from bed soon. Yes. Yes, what time is it in Japan, I wonder? Because normally they can only pop in maybe for the end bits of our live stream because normally they're still in bed. So, but his side is in America, so it's a little bit easier. Yes, I love those floss tubers. I discover them. I discover Shino I actually met through the stream. She popped in to say hello, but I knew of I was already following Candy Mama and May 51, and also Komari. And I'm trying to think if there's someone else. There are a few Japanese floss tubers I really like when I first discovered, full coverage. And it's been really educational because I learned from them a lot. And they were great stitchers. They were, to describe they're good at stitching is probably quite weird, but they're all just, very cunning. They all have very cunning ways of stitching. Chiviz says, yesterday I stitched a 542 in 3 hours. That's tremendous, Chiviz. And I don't know whether you're aware that we have an alien club. So if you're not careful, if you keep going like that, we have to send you over there and for Sarah to take care of you. And today she says, oh, yes, definitely Chiviz is aiming for Alien Club, okay? 192 in a little over 1 hour. That's very efficient. That's very efficient. That's very good. And Tony Keller says, good evening from Indiana, US. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much, Tony. Is it a gentleman stitcher or is it a lady? Because sometimes, the handles is not always an accurate indication. But thank you so much, and that's so kind of you. So I'm slightly behind here. Jackie says, I'm currently stitching a piece with heavy confetti and have only done about 50 stitches in 2 hours. Confetti is a different game. When it comes to confetti, stitch counts kind of is not, kind of doesn't come into it because it takes as long as it takes. Some areas you have like, I don't know, 60 different colors in one block kind of situation. No joke. Yes. Jackie says 400 a day is an enormous amount for a month. Indeed. Coyote, hello. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Tony says, I still haven't been able to find Komari's channel. It's probably because she's changing her name every couple of days. So what's her name today? Anybody knows? And please point Tony to her channel. I think the YouTube handle is probably easier, but I think her YouTube handle is still Komari. But I don't know, I can't remember the full name. But normally if you type in Komari and cross stitch, her channel should pop up. But she does change her channel names quite a lot, so I've lost track. Hi, Clovis Stitcher and Bez. Hello. Bez from New Zealand says, good morning, everyone. Congrats. Oh, alarm clock. The alarm has been raised. What's happening? Have I done something wrong? I'm so nervous. 1, 2. It looks correct, no? Who is raising the alarm? Beth says, good morning. Congrats on your anniversary, Yogi. Thank you for giving us this wonderful space to be together. Thank you so much, Beth. That's so kind. And also, this space is not, it's defined by you, isn't it? As much as me. So thank you so much. And Aaron as well. Sorry, I'm late. She says, it was a very busy day. Happy anniversary, dear Yogi. Thank you so much. And great to see you. Yes, heart is a lot better than a funny face. Dawn says that I've done about 212 stitches in 2.5 hours today. It's a good amount for me. Not bad, not bad. It really depends on the confetti levels and also, generally just stitching method as well. Sometimes I just choose methods that it's more methodical but may take a little bit longer to do. But it's all about enjoyment, isn't it? I don't care about the speed. I have to enjoy it. And 3 more here. Sarah says, Yogi, I baked the cake for your anniversary, cake for everyone. Oh, that's so nice. We have cakes, guys. From Sarah. Sarah is actually a really good baker. I think she bakes all the time. Yes, cakes for everyone. Three more stitches. Have a look. 3 more stitches. Jackie says, this is a very busy season for my family, so I miss chatting with everyone. It's nice to pop in live, even for a bit. This piece is looking really, looking lovely, Yogi. Thank you, Jackie. Definitely. And I hope you're having a wonderful time with the family. Ruth says, we have just finished daytime saving here. It's 7 a.m. now. Yes, we have just changed time as well. Just last week, I think. They're just trying to confuse people by moving forward and back at different times, different countries. It's deliberate, okay? And for Sunday, that's quite early to get up. 7 a.m. All right. Let me take a sip of my coffee. And thank you, Rose. We have 2 Rose today. We have Rose the Magpie. We have Rose Palentso. Thank you so much. Ah, so Tony is Tonya. Sorry. Yes, Tonya Keller. Okay, that makes sense. So Tonya, welcome. Gayla, hello. Gayla says, I don't know what we do without you. Oh, so nice, Gayla. Gayla was there from the very, very beginning, and then Gayla has to had some health challenges, and came back glorious and rejoined us. So, Gayla, were you watching while you were recovering? And because we were thinking about you all the time. Oh, yes. So thank you so much, Kristen, with Komari's handle. So the handle, I think, still the same. I remember it's Komari Hate something. And if you look up the handle, you should be able to find her. Yes, but the channel name changes from time to time. So Gayla says, I've been with you since you were since you were forgetting, except for a time I was in hospital. Oh, yes. So yeah, so you've been watching from the very beginning. Yes, absolutely. I remember Gayla. And Gayla was always like first in the chat, right? And at that time, I had very few viewers at that time. So it was so encouraging. It really meant a lot to me. Thank you so much. Janine says, I won 2 Watto Biz auction today. Very excited. Remember, stamp kits don't count. What does that mean? What do you mean you won auctions today? So I'm aware of the brand name. I learned that recently. Watto Biz, they do like stamp kits. What do you mean you won auctions? What have you been up to, Janine? All right, following the pattern, going row by row, the second one is going to be this one, a tiny little stitch there. 602, 602. Just one stitch. Six zero two. I know, Chivers. Yes, Janine's just making new rules every day. You know, she goes, hey, you know, no more projects for me. Maybe 3 more, and maybe the stamp kits don't count. It's evolving every day. Seriously. Okay, that one's done. Next. So I need to read it very carefully. It's that one. That one I've done. So it's this one. The next one. Tie writing on 28 count is a different story. Very different story comparing to 14. All right. 152. 152. Janine says, every month, Biz has exclusive charts. They auction off. They're one of a kind. I lose control in auction, but it was great fun. Janine, so they do it. When they say auction, what does that mean? Does that mean people bid money and the highest bidder gets it? Or how does that work? I've never heard of auction. I know antique pieces people auction. I don't know about cross-stitching kits. It's a new kind of activities. Abini says, Yogi, I learned about Saga from you and now I love it. It's so flexible. I also tried your Mean to Max myself. Very nice. Yes, wonderful. And also Mean to Max, you can really only do it meaningfully with an app like Saga, right? Because, you know, you probably don't want to do it the whole page. It's just too big. Or the entire piece definitely will be overwhelming. But the great thing about Saga is that you can just define whatever areas you want and do it that way. Yes, I'm very happy. I love Saga as well. It's not perfect. I think they still have a lot of room for improvement. But, you know, it's a very clever app at the same time. Okay, just one more stitch here. One, 152. Laura says, it was my first time bidding and it was super fun. Laura, have you joined in as well? You two partners in crime. Oh, Janine says, yes, people bid and highest bidder wins. So does that mean those kids wouldn't be available normally? What, Janine? Janine's got 20 counted, maybe up to 20 stamped. Janine. But of course, overall, Janine only has 20 projects because, you know, the other 20, the stamp ones, just phantom, you know. In the phantom category, they may be there, they may not be there. Like a ghost. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. There is one little stitch there. I literally have to mark it out because it's kind of just sandwiched in between stitches there. Single stitch, 760. No spooky bingo today because I have not been stitching 310. Let me see if we can zoom in a little bit more for you. One stitch, 760. I know Chiviz, I mean, Janine's a bad influence, isn't it? Introducing kind of a new definition of a web, changing every day. Okay, so next one, hopefully a few more stitches here. This one is 604. I'm surprised at how many pink colors it's got in this area. 604. 604. Oh, Bez, are you doing the Pokemon one as well? The Travis wants to do. It'll be interesting to see Travis doing 25 counts. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, never mind. Suzanne says, I'm pinks and purple today with love letters. Oh, definitely. Yes, a lot of pink, like hot pink, right? Love letters. A lot of green as well. So I'm doing a mini version for the love letters. But I think the full size is definitely capturing a lot of details. I think I totally understand. The door, I was quite happy with the mini version because it's got different finish to it. But I've seen people working on the full size. I don't know if it's a full, what is it called? Max colors or not, but the doors got so much details. Where am I? Here. 2. Okay, I'm gonna just do it out of order because I can. Beth says, Yogi, I'm doing the giant Pokemon piece. I'll try to enable Travis to join me. I don't think you need to enable Travis. I think Travis is very much, on the way there. But I think that that's totally Travis' piece, isn't it? But the thing is, now he will have to juggle the stamp kit and the county one as well. But I think that they're going to be a very different kind of project with a counted. Six zero four. Oh, yes, Samantha is working on that piece as well. Yes. Samantha is probably on the pink door zone. Eight nine four. 894 is another pink. Eight nine four. Oh, Janine has got Love Letter Chocolate Shop as well. Yes, fair enough. If you haven't started it, it's not a web. I'm with you on that one. And what size have you got? Have you got the full size? Is there a pattern that Janine doesn't have? I'm starting to wonder. Because the other day, I remember we were talking about a European, what's it called? European town. Is it a stamp kit or pattern or whatever? I think Janine's got that one as well. So you can just bring on any random pattern and go, Janine, have you got this one? She'll probably go, yeah. Eight, nine, four. I mean, just look at these stitches. This is 28 counts, and same as my Gecko Rouge. Just think about frogging these ones. They literally kind of just melted into each other. These stitches, if you want to frog 28 counts, full cross, well, good luck. Is it chocolate time? Let's have a look. Yes, almost chocolate time, almost chocolate time. And Suzanne is doing mini as well. Travis says I have to wait till my first Pokemon piece is done before I can get another cross stitch. Travis, just start the other one, because this one that you're working on is going to take a little bit. Just saying. It's going to take, a little bit. Maybe by then, Marek is going to college. But you might as well just start and have 2 pieces on the side. It's more fun, isn't it? Because they're going to be 2 different stitching experience, very different. 3, 6, 8, 9. Because the one Travis is doing is a stem, is a really huge stem kit. Do not wait. You don't need to wait. Janine says, how are your eyes, Yogi, going back to 25 count after last week? This is 28, Janine. And I have not gone blind just yet. Surprisingly, I can kind of just switch back. It's not a major problem. Not too bad. Not too bad. Janine has the regular size of love letters. What? Janine has 40 charts for Count It and about 10 stamp kits. You're lying, Janine. Didn't you say you had 20 stamp kits? You just halved. Like, you just randomly half the number. 80 charts, my goodness. Hi, Nerdy. Nerdy says, happy anniversary. You have inspired me to get into full coverage, and I'm waiting for the floss for my first hate to arrive. Wonderful. Which one are you doing, Nerdy? The first one is special. You probably have told me the other day, but I forgot. Linda Diamond says, hi everyone, no stitching today, crochet, hope you're having a great day, great evening. Yes, you can crochet, just join in. Okay, Nerdy. Yes, that's definitely a nice replacement. Okay, Nerdy is replacing chocolate with broccolis. Dun, dun, dun. That's a new replacement for chocolate. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I love broccolis, but at chocolate time, I'm not sure I'll replace chocolate with broccoli. Let me just do a couple more stitches, and we'll have chocolate time. Well, in fact, why don't we do chocolate time now? Let me just thread that through. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. Well, wonderful. Chocolate time, guys. And if you're new to the stream, we have chocolate time at around 10:30 UK time together. So it doesn't matter what time we start. half past 10 is the chocolate time. And let's have a look. Yes, I'm going to bring out my chocolate. And I've got my coffee. Jackie says, Yogi, what's your plan for your gecko rouge? I have a piece I need to do some frogging on. Thankfully, it's on 18 count. Good question, Jackie. My plan is to ignore the stitches I have to frog for now, okay? And then just move toward like the other direction, because so far I started at bottom center and moved to the left. So the area on the left is the area in question that I have to frog. So I'm gonna just navigate to the right and start to stitch to the right, or maybe above. Basically, ignore and avoid the area in question, and then see how it goes. And I'll come back to frog a little bit at a time, and eventually, hopefully, when I get to get back to the area, it'll be done in about 20 years time. That's my plan. How's yours? How many stitches do you have to frog? And by the way, this is my chocolate today, Black Forest, dun dun dun. And I have to confess, I've already opened it. This is a new pack, okay? I finished one and the other day, and I'm not able to do unpacking with you, because unboxing with you, because I already unboxed, because I had a few pieces yesterday. So let me show you here. So this is Black Forest today. Let me know what you're snacking. And snacking is mandatory. And you can snack on broccolis, okay? I will accept that personally. Or some kale chips. Oh, lovely. Cheers, everyone. Yum. And Nerdy, enjoy your broccoli, okay? Oh, Tia has spoken. Well, Tia, come have a word with Yogi, okay? I suppose you can wait till Marek going to college before Travis is allowed to have a second piece. But just think about this poor man, okay? He injured his back at work, and he's a good dad, right, Tia? And reward him. Give him some Pokemons. Keep him busy so he's not in trouble. Crystal, hello. Crystal D says, I'm stitching on my own traveling library, just started. Amazing. And which part of the pattern are you starting? I'm always interested to know. Yum, delicious. Melt in the mouth. Delicious. No affiliation. Oh yes, according to Janine, Travis, STEM kids, they don't count as WIP. Okay, so you have no WIP. You have 0 WIP, Travis, and that's a problem. You need to add at least 1. So yes, there you go. Heather says, the coverage on your traveling library seems similar to mine, that I'm doing 25 count. Do you think it's because you are seeing it magnified? I would have thought it would be thicker. It's possible. Now I've zoomed out, right? Because it was very zoomed in. It was very, very zoomed in. But now I'm zoomed out. It's, you can barely see the white bits, a little bit. But then again, my fabric is very stretched out. It's it's drum tight. So, once the fabric is relaxed, give it a little wash, you probably cannot see the gaps. And I think with 25 count as well, I'm pretty sure. Janine says, I can get up to 20 stamped. But Janine, we all know that number is a moving target, isn't it? Today is 20, tomorrow 30. You're making new rules every day, so, Brittany says, I have over 100 counted charts. My goodness. It's interesting how stitchers collect patterns as well. I'm one of those people who I do not want the pattern if I know I'm not going to stitch it. You know, because when I look at a pattern, most of the times, 99% I know whether I'm going to stitch it or not. Not 100%, but I have to be fairly short. I would like to stitch it at some point. Otherwise, I don't really want to have the pattern. So I don't collect, free patterns, that kind of stuff. Because I know most likely I'm not going to stitch them. Cheers, everyone. Ooh, chocolate bits. Do not do that. No melted chocolate on the fabric, please. There you go. Rule 101. Oh, new delivery for Samantha. Samantha says, I just got a squishy young mail and just now I have to go to work. What have you ordered, Samantha? How exciting. And but now it's work time. Yeah, Samantha works in retail, so there's no real weekends. And yes, you can still listen to us until you get to work and have a great day at work. Yum, yum. Where's my coffee? And let me know where you're snacking. Travis says, I just put the stream on the TV, and Mary started smiling when he heard your voice, Yogi. Oh, Marek. Yes, definitely. And apparently I put people to sleep. So, if Mary has trouble sleeping, you just play Yogi's live stream and Mary will just fall asleep in no time. Hey, Marek. Today, Marek, we have Pokemon, okay? And we have Pikachu, which is one of your daddy's favorite Pokemons. I don't know whether this is a favorite, but I'm going to make it up as I go. So let me zoom in. Isn't that this little Pokemon so adorable? Yes. And Marek, can I ask you a question? Okay, it's 1-1. This is I want your opinion, Marek. Do you think your dad deserve a new whip, a giant Pokemon counted cross-stitching chart? Marek, go. Yes, let Marek decide. Maybe you can have some sort of dice or something, or flip a coin for Marek to decide. Ah, Nerdy says, turns out, sorry, I've got chocolate in my mouth. Nerdy says, turns out I've got vitamin B9 deficiency. So broccoli has been my evening snack. B9. So what happens when you're deficient with B9? Is that part of the B? I know B12 or B complex, which I take supplements as well, but I'm not familiar with B9. Yes, and I love this bumblebee. Just so cute. So much details, and this is such a small part of this chart, but it's just so gorgeous. Jackie says I have about 200 stitches to frog, so not awful. Oh, I think 200 is a lot better than 2,000, isn't it, Jackie? Lucky you, lucky you. Ruth says, I have a stamp kit a friend got for me of, is it Temu? I took one look at it and I'm going to struggle with all the symbols printed on the fabric. Yes, I think when it comes to stamp kits, quality, printed quality is paramount, isn't it? If you can't read the symbols, you're going to have problems. Delicious chocolate. Lizzie's having chocolate as well. Oh, Sarah's having Easter chocolate bunny. Very nice. Nerdy says you get a chocolate sponsor. Yes, I agree with you. I've been trying to tell them to get in touch. Maybe free chocolate for me and all the stitches, right? Free Montezuma chocolate for everybody. Yes, Heather. Now, when it's zoomed out, it's very different. Suzanne says, Yogi, it's probably faster to just restart and repurpose the fabric. Well, I have done a little bit with that piece though. And I've already restarted the piece already. I'm not sure about the third time. And also, there's no guarantee that when I start my Gecko Rouge for the third time, something like this is not going to happen. So I'd rather try to find a strategy to deal with it rather than restarting. I know I could, cross my mind. But then I go, well, that's an easy way out, isn't it, Suzanne? That would be too easy, wouldn't it? And I like to find a strategy for it because it could happen again. It could happen again. And I can't just keep restarting, you know. Marek is laughing. Oh, yes. And happy laugh. not laughing at Yogi. I hope not. Yes. So, Marek, you decide, okay, I think your dad deserves a new Pokemon chart, the giant one, the biggest in the world. All right then. And Grace is eating gluten-free cauliflower pizza with red pepper flakes. And did you make it yourself? When you say cauliflower pizza, do you mean like a cauliflower-based pizza? Yes, it's gluten-free, I bet. That sounds quite lovely. Maybe I need to try to make it. I've heard that you could make pizza base with cauliflower. Not, yes, cauliflower, not broccolis. Samantha is having a truffle-filled chocolate bar. That sounds lovely. Nice and gooey. Maybe zoom in a little bit more so you can see. And for Dragon Lady's bedtime. So thank you so much, Dragon Lady, for hanging out with us, and sweet dreams. 99. And we'll see you soon. No, they say B9 deficiency makes you really tired and dizzy. Thankfully, supplements fixes it pretty quickly. Yes, quite a lot of symptoms like fatigue can be caused by so many different things, and that's why you know vitamin deficiencies or any kind of deficiencies of nutrient is very hard to figure out unless you do a blood test. Otherwise, it's a little bit of a guesswork, isn't it? Because if you lack of iron, you can feel very tired as well. So fatigue can be caused by so many things. Okay. And there's one more, just one row down. I'm going to just do it. Just that one. Suzanne says, I've decided to restart two of my projects and I was working on 10 stitch. Right. Yeah, it really depends. If you feel better restarting, then you should restart. But with the gecko roach situation, it's so big, and I have put in a fair bit of work on it. And also, I'm kind of thinking, even if I just leave all the stitches unfrogged, and then just, go around the piece and stitch everything else, by the time I get back, maybe, who knows? Maybe the space technology will be here, and our special frogging super machines will be invented by then. So I can just use my frogging machine to do it. I'm just waiting for the technology to catch up, you know. I'm patient. 3689. 3689. Ah, so do you need eggs to make cauliflower pizza? Okay, so it's not dairy free. See you later, Samantha. Have a great day at work, and we'll see you tomorrow. So Grace has got the pizza from Trader Joe's. Is it good? Ready made? Ah, so it's cauliflower cheese. So it probably needs cheese and eggs as a binder because otherwise, how do you bind the whole thing together? Very nice. The next one will be this one. And it is 3857. 3857. And one more. Hi, Chrissy. Chrissy says, happy anniversary, Yogi. Hope everyone's having a great afternoon, evening. I'm stitching on my supersized Alice by Dragon Muse today. Oh, great to see you, Chrissy. Brittany says, I take supplements for both iron and vitamin D3. Me too. I take iron, D3, and also, what's the other one? B12. Yes, because B complex. I think it's B complex I'm taking. And normally I'm doing really well with these three. Three, 8, 5, 7. Kristen says, I have officially stitched a must today. Why does it have to be official? Is there some sort of certificate that you get for a moss? How nice. I've got a bumblebee, okay? Just saying. Next one. Ooh, this one's got tons of stitches. 435. 435. 435. Four, 3, 5. Have I got? Yes. Oh, Heather says, I'm going to file a patent for microscopic lawnmower to trim and extract cross stitches without harming the fabric. Yes, please, Heather. If anybody can do it, that will be you, you know. And this is you. I think you're going to win some sort of a Nobel Prize for this world peace, for your contribution to the stitches all over the world, all over the universe. Yes. You know, that would be the day when frogging is not a dirty word anymore. No one is afraid of frogs. The F word is no longer a dirty word. Yes, please get to it. And the thing is, I've never parked on 28 counts. I'm thinking whether that's a nice thing to try as well, a new thing to try. For some reason, 28 count just doesn't really want me to park. But I'm kind of thinking whether I want to try do that and see if it flows. Susan said, Yogi, what do you vegans use as an egg substitute? Depends on what you're doing though. If you're talking about baking, there is such a thing as egg replacement, kind of a powder that's pre-mixed that you can get from vegan shops. And there are ways that you can do it at home as well, like flaxseed. You can make it gooey, put some water in flaxseed powder, and the few other sort of vegan binders as well that you can use. Chia seed is one. So depending on what you're making. So most of those seeds, when you mix with water, it creates kind of slightly gooey, texture, substance, and then you use that as a binder. Nerdy says, I wonder how Aimee Stewart creates her art. It's so creative, detailed, and fantastical. Yes. I think every artist probably have their own processes. And I think it's all digital now. I don't think she's, doing illustrations with paints necessarily. Rose says, Yogi, you need to dart a frogging friend. Indeed. What number? Or maybe they can be some sort of special services that you can just, almost like plumbers. If you need plumbing done, you get a plumber in. And if you need frogging, you can send it to froggers. And they specialize in frogging because they have they gain this strange pleasure just frogging stitches. And they're very good at it. And they do this for a living. They provide it as a service. You send it to them, and 3 days later, they send it back to you, completely frogged. Suzanne says some things just don't work though. Like if you do any baking with coconut flour, you need eggs. Coconut flour, I have not used that much. It really depends on the goal of your baking. Either it's gluten-free or dairy-free or everything. Obviously, not every recipe can be substituted with the same ingredients. And I think gluten-free bread is quite tricky to make because in terms of replacement flour, for instance, normally you need to create a blend rather than just using one single gluten-free ingredients. You have to blend, and you have to blend well, and that's tricky. Nerdy says, I think I read she's a digital artist. I'm just in awe of how she comes up with it all. Yes, I think majority of those of artists nowadays, unless you're a painter, you're probably using computer software quite a lot. Bear says, Yogi, what is your usual stitching schedule at the moment? I'm having to recalculate times because of daytime saving. Yes, I think if you do a good Google, just search for UK time conversion, right? Currently, we're on summertime now, so we are moving forward with 1 hour. So currently, at this moment, it's 11:05. And so the streaming time for the past few months now has been quite stable. It's kind of around 8:30 most days, but on Saturdays, sometimes if we can start early, like today is a little bit earlier. We started at around 8-ish. But if you remember, the members stream on Saturday tends to be around 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. ish, and then we take it to about 8:30, 7:30, and then regular sales starts at 8:30. So it's been working quite well like that. There will be exceptions, of course, and I normally, pull out the schedule stream maybe at least an hour or two ago. Before the stream, so people know what time we're starting on that particular day. But roughly, it's been, like this for the last few months. I know that the daytime saving, and also not everybody changing time at on the same day, right? US is a bit sooner, and then UK, and then Australia as well, and New Zealand as well. It's very confusing. But I think everybody has probably transitioned to summertime now, or springtime, whatever you call it. Lizzie, exactly. We're made differently, Some people might enjoy frogging. I don't know. Anybody here in the chat enjoy frogging and could be sort of, have a potential career as a frogger. Okay, it's official. It's called frogging. Professional frogger. That's a new profession. Heather says, I think it would be easier to frog another person's work than my own, sort of like surgeons who don't operate on relatives because of emotional attachment. Oh, that is so good. That is so good because you can't bear. But frogging is a good thing, though. I suppose surgery is probably a good thing, but it's pretty gory. Dear, oh dear. Yes, it's a little bit like that. So pass it to someone else to do it. And also, when you're doing it professionally, when you're frogging, you're not feeling resentful, right? If you're frogging your own work, you're just thinking, oh my God, it's been half an hour. I only managed to frog about 10 stitches. You don't have that resentment because you're doing someone else's stitches. That's very true. So I think that there's a place for professional froggers to flourish. Ginny says you could have Mr. Yogi frog it while you were streaming. Tell him so you can be with him. Yes, and then following day I'll be back here and go, hey, from now on, we're going to be Mr. Yogi less. Yes. That's a great way to lose your partner. Just get him to frog 2,000 stitches. I think if I asked him to frog for me, I think, within 3 days, the fabric is probably going to look like tissue paper because it will be stabbed everywhere. I'm going to end up with a piece of broken fabric. Yeah, I seem to be I seem to be doing okay without the 5x5. Probably because you know the space is just smaller. Yeah, so Nerdy saying the same, agreeing with Heather. It's easier to frog others. I don't want to frog anybody's. How about frogging free? I'll just leave it to the professionals. Jackie says surely Dolly will help with the frogging. Oh, Jackie, you have no idea. Dolly has been such a prima donna, okay? She's like, I'm not getting out of bed without at least 3 flavors of churro. Oh, she's been, so spoiled. And she will probably report me to ISPCA if I get her, trying to get her to frog for me. She's going to report me for, emotionally abusing a cat. I'll be arrested. Suzanne says, I think coconut flour was best for Alex because I'm nothing able to have nuts at school. So I always do coconut flour bread. Oh, that sounds lovely. I was about to mention coconut bread is lovely. Yes. It's gluten-free if you could do it. Yes, coconut is very good supplement, sort of replacement for regular flours. But some people don't like the flavor of coconut. That's the only thing. But otherwise. Bears say, thank you, Yogi. Daylight saving will make it easier for me to wake up early for streams. Yes. So New Zealand, do you have daytime saving as well? Because if you're having daytime saving, then eventually it kind of works out the same, just depending on when that happens. One, two. Travis says a good point. Travis says a cat not wanting to play with threats. That would be the day. Dolly's not very interested in, threats. I think she's past that point. She's very blasé. She's like going, well, she loves going out and watching birds, that kind of things. But I try to play with her with sort of cat toys. She loses interest so fast. It's mostly me doing the playing, not her. Whoa, this was tricky. Lynn says, my profession is taking the stitches out. Really, Lynn? Are you a professional frogger? I probably need to send my project, my Gecko Rouge, to Lynn. I mean, Lynn, I'll probably need to supply Lynn with a lot of cheese and crackers and cheese straws, you know, Marks and Spencer's cheese straws, and to bribe Lynn to frog for me. Susan says frogging date night. Dear, oh dear. Yes, the question will be, which part of that is romantic, Susan? Terrible idea. Betty says, our cats never play with my floss. She's just watched me pull it through, and then look at me once in a while with a look. Yes, some cats are not that. Maybe kittens. Kittens are more curious with threats and stuff. But, you know, grown cats, they've seen it all. They're like, oh, well, I've seen better. Try something else. It's much harder to get them to get excited with things. Do you mean cats? Not socks. Ah, so Beth says they're 11 hours ahead. So it was 12 before, was it? Or something like that. I know, Travis, that's quite true. Sometimes you get them like really sort of, you know, cleverly designed cat toys and everything, and all they want is like you know, the center part of a toilet roll or some sort of, you know, Amazon, you know, cardboard box, and they can play for hours. Seriously. Ah, so some areas in Australia, they don't have daylight savings. Right. Oh, right. That is so confusing. So even within Australia, it's all over the place. Michelle, Michelle just woke up from a nap. Yes, Michelle, you have missed the chocolate time, but then again, you know, you can eat chocolate anytime. Yes. Power snacks for power stitching. So good morning. I think it doesn't matter if it's a nap. If you wake up, it's a good morning. Good morning, Michelle. Oh, Laura says, all my cats are grown cats. Some will chew on threads if I don't keep an eye out. Really? So they're really curious. But Laura, majority of your cats are kittens. Unless you show the picture you show were sort of when they were kittens, but you've got quite a few very young cats. I think Laura should open her house as a cat cafe and charge people just, you know, having a, I don't know, you can provide snacks and drinks. And people can just play with the cats. Travis says Marek has rode across the floor to get my canvas. He tried to scratch the canvas whenever he can. So he's the equivalent of cats in most people's household. You know, you may have cats, but, you know, Travis has Marek. That's doing the cat thing. I know, cats are like that, Betty. You know, you spend a lot of money buying sort of, you know, quality cat toys, and all they want is just some toilet roll to play with. Oh, Dolly is obsessed with toilet rolls. Not just the center part. She ever go to the bathroom or whatever, she would tip the toilet roll off the rack, and then she would just have a fight with it. So it hasn't happened for a little while, but it's not uncommon that I'll just find her, you know, probably winning the battle against toilet rolls, and there will be toilet roll bits kind of scattered around the floor, and you know, Dolly just looking victorious, just lying there, and just really happy. These two are done. Cats are so weird, aren't they? Michelle says, I woke up to something about frogging date tonight with Mr. Yogi. I'm sure he will love that. Yes, and Michelle, that's like, you know, the best way to lose your date 101. Just get him to do, you know, things you don't want to do, like frogging. Oh, so socks was the name. Okay, fair enough. I thought it was typo. Yes, I think cats like to sort of lie on top of floors or soft fabric, anything. Anything that you focus on, they like to lie on top because they want to be the center of your universe. So, yes, they do that. So if you want cats to go to a spot, you just stare at it. You know, stare at, you know, I don't know wherever it is. Just keep looking at it and they will come forward. Ah, so the pictures were 3 years ago. Oh, adorable. They're so cute. So Suzanne is asking for chat's opinion. Should I work on my long dog or spin the well for full coverage? Oh. So long dog is not part of the selection. Okay, so yes, it's either that versus your full coverage. Lynn says, Yogi, I put the guinea pig out on the grass today. He jumped for joy. He leapt the ground. Right, like outdoor. So the guinea pigs don't get to go out that frequently. Yes, animals, they love the grass. They love the sunlight. I bet the guinea pig was just thinking it's Christmas. All right, just one stitch. 815, 815. Natty, hello. How are you? Great to see you. This one literally just one stitch. Whoops. Interesting. Janine says, my male cat has never sprayed and it's not fixed. I think it's because it's spoiled life. Well, it's so funny that you mentioned that. So you guys are aware of the Lily situation, okay? So Lily's a male cat actually in my neighborhood, and it's been very, persistent about trying to be my cat at the moment. And the thing is, he's not neutered, okay? And he does spray, not all the time. If I do let him in, which I try not to, if he does come in, he starts spray, and he's also spraying in the patio as well. And just today, I was Googling to see if male cats will naturally stop spraying. And apparently, no, that's just, but they mostly do it when they're feeling threatened, when they need to mark the territory. So it sounds like Janine's cat, male cat, even though he's not neutered, he's not spraying because he's not feeling under threat. Yes, I think he's just so spoiled. He's feeling very, very safe. He doesn't need to mark the territory because he knows he owns the place. 815. Rachel says my cats love large boxes with that crinkled paper, the packages wrapped. They fight over who goes in the box. I know they have this obsession of hiding the tiny little box. And they're having so much fun. And you're thinking, well, I just got you that, fancy cat toy that costs about £20, and you're playing with a cardboard box. 3722. The mysteries. 3722. Oh, Betty, I've seen videos like that. Betty says my mother had a cat that actually used toilet like we do. I've seen cats being trained to do that. Is that a good thing though? That is, because it's so strange to look at. They're not supposed to be doing that. Yes, I have seen videos like that, and they literally, well, they stop short on flushing. That'll be quite terrifying if they stop flushing as well. But I don't know how they get to train to do that. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Travis says if Tia and I ever made it to Japan, I want to visit a cat cafe. Yes. I think there may be cat cafes in London as well. I don't know whether it's popular because the mentality of people over here probably may not like the idea. I don't know. It depends. Ah, so Bear says we have cat cafe here in Wellington, and it's so wonderful, especially for those of us who aren't allowed to pets our rentals. Yeah, some places you're not allowed to have pets, aren't you? Yes, I can understand that. I can understand that. If you're not allowed to have cats and you love cats, it's kind of a scratching, like it itches a little bit. I can see the benefit. As long as the cats are treated well, right? They're not like circus animals. Then that's quite nice. Joe. Oh, hello, Joe. Joe says, happy 1 year anniversary, Yogi. Thank you for the live stream. Great to see you, Joe. I hope you're doing well. Joe from Alaska. Busy Mom says, I was at Walmart today and this lady had a lizard, but just sitting on her shoulder while she was shopping. It was very strange. Yeah, it is very strange. So no leash or anything. So just kind of just sitting on the shoulder. Are you sure the lizard is actually with us? Or is it decoration? That's very strange. Some people have strange pets. I shouldn't say strange, unusual pets. Natty says, sorry, I haven't been around. We're still sick kids. Oh, we don't know what it is. When you say we, do you mean the entire family? Is this some sort of virus? Oh, Natty. Speedy recovery. Travis has got a gaming kitty. Yes, Suzanne. I think cats supposedly, if they feel the need to mark territory, they just continue to to spray. But so the cat was neutered, but still spray. That's a little bit unusual. Lynn says, Yogi, I love to watch when the farmer lets the cows out for the first, and amazing they go mad jumping for joy. I'm just trying to picture it. Now, Lynn probably lives near sort of around a farm or something. That sounds so nice. I've got a tiny patio, okay, in London. Not a patch of green. I've got some trees around, but no farms, okay. And see you later, Lizzie. Thank you so much. And have a restful night. Sweet dreams. And we'll see you tomorrow. Or the next stream. Ooh, what's happening with this one? Jenny says, I'm stitching a cat cafe. Are you? Oh, you mean that piece? You started with Natty, the cat hotel. It's kind of like a cat cafe, isn't it? Not quite the same. Cat hotel is for cats to stay over, isn't it? Betty says, are cats on leashes in a cat cafe? The ones I've seen, no. I think people are probably going to have issues with that if they put cats on leashes, because they're not dogs. You shouldn't do that. No, they're just free roaming in the cafe, most of them that I've seen. That says our cat cafe is very strict with how the cats are treated, and it doubles as a rescue. Ah, so many of the cats get adopted as well. That's wonderful. Yes, if they could do that, they just, turn it into like an open cafe area and people can go in and mingle with cats. And if they like certain ones, they adopt them. That's a wonderful idea. That's a very good combination. Yes, I wonder what, the charities, they don't do that more often. Because it's a very natural way for people to get to know the cats. Because sometimes when you go, if you want to adopt a rescue cat, you book appointment, you go there, you have very short time to decide, or to get to know cats. You can have multiple visits, but it's really nice to have like a cafe area. You just go and just get to know the cats. That's a great idea. Michelle says, what's a cat cafe? Do they serve food? It's really just a cafe, because if cats, they just naturally, very relaxed, laid back in their space. They just wander around, they sleep, at different spots, and it just happened to be in a cafe, and people can come in and just be surrounded by cats. Joe says, I'm making slow but steady progress on my only project, the Black Panther. My beautiful, and I watch our 10 months old great grandson 3 to 4 days a week and for about 10 hours each day. That's a long time to babysit. So do you get to stitch? Because 10 months old, you probably have to keep a very close eye on the boy. Wow. That's a long time for babysit though. How wonderful are you? You are to do that as a grandpa. Because some grandparents, they kind of go, well, I've done it with my kids. Do not ask me to babysit. My dad was a little bit like that. He's kind of going, you know, if you want kids, you take care of the kids yourself. Which is fair. I've got a few more here. Bear says, our cat cafe serve drinks. I must be kept at a table, but no food. Interesting. So it's really just cafe, because they don't want cats to be tempted, is it? Or having them fed food, probably. Oh, wow, that's really well regulated. Because the ones I've seen, they're probably just like regular cafe. They serve food and everything. They probably have a no feeding policy, but I don't know. Oh, that's really well done. Grace says instead of goat yoga, you can start a cat yoga class. I'm sure it has been done. You know, there's dog yoga, puppy yoga, and kitty yoga, and goat yoga. I'll be so distracted if I go to a cat yoga. And also, I'll probably feel rejected if no cats come to me and want to do yoga, lie on top of me or something. And there's a really, really beautiful black and white cat that's appearing recently in our neighborhood, and kind of try to come in as well today. And I open a window. It's a beautiful black and white. It's definitely somebody's cat. It's too well fed and really well groomed. Really handsome. Really, really handsome. Reminds me of one of my cats in the past. Cats like me, you know. I'm bragging now. They all want to be my friend. And squirrels as well. My squirrels like me as long as I have nuts. It's conditional love, okay? But I'm okay with that. Lynn says, yeah, Yogi, love London. I think it's so exciting. Magnificent building, fantastic. Yes, I think London is okay with green areas, but it's not like a farm or anything. I'm always, you know, really happy and also impressed when I go to countryside and see proper farms, like green, tons and tons of trees. I mean, over here you can go to parks and Hyde Park and everything, local parks. You know, it's fair amount of green area here. Beth says cat yoga, please. We kind of have cat yoga, don't we? We have a Dolly, resident cat, Dolly, and we do yoga sometimes. So in a way, we are doing cat yoga. Even the cat is not quite there, not quite here all the time, neglecting her duty. I know. She says hard work. Dolly. Candy Mama, hello. Great to see you. Yes, we were just talking about you just now. Yes, Candy Mama says good morning from Japan. It's Sunday morning. Yogi, congratulations on the first anniversary of the live streams. Thank you so much. Can you believe it, Candy Mama? It was last year, this day, 4th of April, the faithful day, I came on here live streaming for the first time of my life. And here we are. So great to see you. Thank you. So gracious, Candy Mama. And, congratulations on your channel as well. I really love it. I discovered Candy Mama during COVID, and it was such an inspiration. And I follow May 51 as well, and Komari. So, yes, thank you so much. I learned so much from you as well. Heather says, I just got to 15,000 stitches on traveling library. Heather, wait for Yogi. Seriously, I'm too afraid to count my stitches. I don't know total number of stitches. But congratulations, Heather. Yes. Michelle says, I just put my first 5 stitches to traveling library after a week. Wow, the grand total of 5. Amazing, Michelle. And Michelle has just woken up, okay? So it wasn't a dream, was it? You actually did 5 stitches, just checking. And my fabric says, welcome back, friend, we missed you. I know. It does feel like that, but sometimes it's good to miss the project from time to time. Not too long, not too long. Too long would be just pure, neglect. But otherwise, it's good to miss the project. And it feels really good stitching it. Elsie, hello. Elsie says, hello, wrists and hands sore, so I have to stitch on linen today. So no Aimee Stewart. Really? Do you think linen is more gentle with the wrist? I would have thought there's probably more work on linen. So I hope it gets better. Yes, take it easy. If you need to take a break, take a break. And Elsie says, Yogi, I feed wild squirrel, PMB, peanut and butter. So, is it peanut and butter and banana? Is it peanut and banana? I don't know. PMB, okay, sandwich. And got my toe bit when I run out. Oh dear. There's a man in our neighborhood that sits outside the road and feeds squirrel every day. Even in winter. So Elsie's local squirrels, okay, if you run out of food, they literally attack you. There's some ungrateful squirrels there. Dear, oh dear. Well, my squirrels are not that bad. They just stare at me. They just look at me with, with very judgmental kind of stare, until I rush out to the supermarket and get some more nuts. But they do not attack me at this point, okay? Not yet. Yes, but my squirrels do look very confused whenever I run out, because they're just going, well, what happened? Where's your magic, nut machine that you can just push a button? You just get tons of magic nuts. What's happening to that? Do something about it, Betty says our squirrels like popcorn. Yes, the other day I just realized that they like something. I'm trying to think of what that was. Oh, you know what? Because with my squirrels, I give them nuts only, and sometimes some seeds. They're so so spoiled. If I give them some flower seeds, sunflower seeds, or what's the other one, pumpkin seeds, they will eat bits and pieces if the nuts run out. But whenever if I have the nuts and the seeds in the same bowl, they go for nuts. Okay, these squirrels they know what they're doing. But the other day, the bowl kind of ran out because sometimes I leave a bowl there and leave them a gap in the window or leave the window open, they come in. And the bowl ran empty and there was a pack of cream crackers on my kitchen counter. And I was hearing some sort of rustling sound, just a weird sound that I wasn't familiar with. And I went to the kitchen, literally, one of the squirrels just took the entire pack of the cream crackers. It was half open, and I could see some of the crackers scattered on the floor. I didn't know they actually eat crackers. That's not good for them, is it? Because it's like there's no nutrient, not a lot in the cream crackers. But I just realized I didn't know they were so desperate. They're going for the cream crackers. And eating so fast as well. Betty says we found out by accident and feeder birds left over. They were chased away. Soap left over. Oh, probably misread that. Oh, some left over and they were chased away. Hi, Bex. Good morning, Australia. And Bex says happy anniversary. Thank you so much, Bex. Good morning. Travis is recommending the new Super Mario movies. Really? Is it a good movie? Is it animation? Or is it someone playing Mario? Candy Mama says, Yogi, thank you. I started morning stitch with you. How wonderful, Candy Mama. Because whenever I can, if I come back from work, teaching morning classes, sometimes in between, and Candy Mama will go online and do live streaming. And sometimes they join in, just say hello. And they're always so welcome, always so welcome. And Candy Mama is doing, like last time I watched Candy Mama, she just finished a stamp kit, weren't you? And you were demonstrating how to soak the fabric and to soften it. It was fascinating to watch. And do you guys know Candy Mama's name is Candy Mama is because her dog, right? Her dog is called Candy, and she's the Candy's mama. So there you go. That makes sense. That's looking good, isn't it? It's filling up. Because 28 counts, it takes a little bit to actually see the progress because the stitches you're working in a very small area. Bag says we feed, is it magpie? Is Popeyes? What's Popeyes? Is it animal? Jackie says, we have hummingbird feeder in front of my front window and we watch all the time. That's so nice. Yes. Just make sure you don't have cats. they probably think it's lunch. Oh, magpies, yes. Magpies is like black and white birds, isn't it? They're quite pretty. I love black and white animals. I think crows are all black. This is Janine's description of wildlife, okay? She describes magpies as kind of big, smart, and bullies. Yes. Yes, crows are very loud. We do have a lot of crows in London. They go, ah, 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 something like that. Guys, that's my impression of crows, okay? I'm not well versed in the wildlife, so forgive me. Next one. That would be that one if I stitch in order. Or maybe that one. I kind of just, went out of order and start stitching whatever I like. Why not? Let's let go of the typewriting for a little bit. Why don't we just pick what we like and just start stitching? How's that? I like the idea. All right then, one stitch here I need to do. A pesky little ninja. 436. 436. Oh, Beck says magpies can be like crows. And they also remember if someone mistreat them, they swoop during breeding season. If you get too close, wow, they remember. They hold grudges, do they? I kind of admire that. Yes, remember those that treat you badly. Laura says a group of crows is called a murder. Oh dear. No, they're I've never seen them being aggressive to people or anything. They kind of just normally you see them sometimes on the street. They just try to pick up foods or something, but mostly in the parks. You see a lot of them, and you always know because they make noises. It's called murder. I think crows, they're getting such a bad rap, but they're just birds. Four, three, six. Oh, you're serious, Janine? Janine says crows are very smart, like that too. I saw a crow get hit by a car, and the rest went after the car. Really? So they work in groups. That's nice. They work together. Are they pack animals? I wonder. Nice 3-6. Nice 3-6. Betty, you're painting a very scary picture here. Betty says ducks and geese will chase until you're dead. Really? Were they? I've never heard of incidents of people being attacked by ducks and geese. That's terrifying. I'm not going to countryside, okay, Lynn? I'm staying here in Hyde Park. No, Travis, there's a crow Pokemon called Murkrow. Serious? That's not nice. Those poor crows. They're innocent. Yes, what's the difference between ravens and crows? They look very similar, aren't they? Is ravens a kind of crows, or are they the same thing? Nice 3-6. Lynn says, Yogi, when we were children, mom and dad would take us to London, and my brother and I would feed the pigeons on Trafalgar Square. Yes. Well, I don't know whether they still have those vendors. They used to have sort of people, kind of just selling. I don't know whether they're seeds, some sort of seeds for tourists. And I think they're probably banned now. But you used to be able to buy it like, just a little bag of sort of a bird food and just feed the pigeons in Trafalgar Square. It's probably not the best idea. See you later, Susan. 99. Sweet dreams. Rachel Morton says, I heard and seen a lot of instances of people being attacked by geese, especially if they're used to being fed and they get angry and they don't get food. It's called full rage. Yes, it's called hangry, okay? When the blood sugar is low, you get grumpy. I know people like that. No names. My dad. Yes, I think people get hangry. Heather says ravens, crows, magpies, and jays are all family. Covey day. I have no idea. No, wild birds in the wildlife, wild birds. So they're all in the same family, but not the same. But ravens just so much more poetic, isn't it? They're in the movies, they're in poetry and stuff like that. Crows somehow is getting a sort of rough deal. Even magpies are kind of romantic in some way. Oh, I think this is why the crows are angry. They're not happy. All right, I am going to pick this one then. 3-8, 3-8-30, 3-8-30. Travis says, I just looked it up. Ravens are bigger than crows. Oh, really? So they're just the supersized version of crows. Rachel's living a really sort of surreal life. Rachel says, I saw ducks chase people in Disney World. I worked there in college. Do you mean that's a common occurrence? They just chase people in Disney. Are they people in costumes, I wonder? Donald Ducks, you know, chasing people. Cherry Bomb says, ravens come rapping at your chamber door saying, nevermore. Told you. This is it. Travis, okay, that's a piece of interesting, you know, information there. And Travis says, did you know that a lot of black swan pairs are actually gay swans? They steal babies from other parents. What? Would drive the nesting parents off the nest? The black ones, black swans, only black swans, not all swans. They steal other people's babies? Now it's getting more and more surreal with this bird talk. Two. Heather says New Caledonian crows from near Australia may be the smartest birds. Their intelligence is similar to kindergarteners. Really? They can plan and season as well as make tools? Wow. Making tools. Can they make frog machines? Can you get them to work? You know, if the human brain is not sufficient to create the frog machine, can we get the crows to do it? Elsie said crows are black and ravens are like gasoline spills. Oh dear. So ravens are blue? Really? I thought they're kind of black. They're kind of slightly mysterious, aren't they? Ravens. Yeah. Travis says, they're gay white swans who would do the same thing, giving the babies a better chance at survival because both males are very aggressive. Oh, really? That's so interesting. But stealing people's babies is not good, okay? Stop it. Yes. But I can imagine if they really want kids and they couldn't, so the only way is to steal. It's a true crime story in the swan world. Have you seen those are quite horrible stories actually? But it's you know, if you're a true crime fans, you probably have seen read stories like there's some women they kind of for whatever reason cannot get pregnant or something, and they decide to cut someone else's belly open and get their babies, and these are real things. These are not some sort of horror films, and there are multiple cases like that. You just your mind just boggles. Just go, wow. What makes you even think that's a thing to do? But there's several cases like that, literally. They just lure this poor pregnant woman somewhere and then just, you know, cut them open in order to get kids. It's just utterly, utterly insane. Not even stealing someone's, you know, babies they're already born. They want, you know, newborn baby so they can pretend those are their own. No, it's just such a strange conclusion to come to. Right. Oh, Kathy says I went to Baltimore years ago and went to Alan Paul's grave. It had a raven on it. Oh. Heather has clearly done research, okay? Crows probably would not have the beak dexterity to frog on high count fabrics. But can we just borrow their brains, okay, to invent something that can, you know, serve the humankind? They're quite smart. They're as smart as kindergarteners. It's called crowing, not frogging. Oh, Heather is on top form today, top form. Betty says, Yogi, I would not want them to frog my stitches. They poo on everything. Oh, now reality hits. Okay. Yes, Betty, that's not ideal. We don't want poo on our webs, on they. So yeah, okay, that's a no-go. I'm desperate, okay? I'm just desperate for someone to invent the frogging machine. Anyone. It doesn't have to be crows. And can we have elephants? Elephants, they're quite intelligent. Can they do something about it? It's been maybe two movies. Yes, I'm sure. Um, oh, Michelle. Yes, Michelle, you do have a point. Why don't we just ask a kindergartner to invent the machines? That's right. Just cut the middleman, okay? Why don't we just go straight to kindergartens and start asking, you know, the the children to invent something for us? Yes, absolutely. I like the idea. Silly me. 3A30. And Grace Houston is questioning, are there any smart frogs out there? Oh, they're cunning as frogs, you know? So cunning. That's why they're so tricky. I think frogs are very smart, aren't they? 435. 4, 3, 5. Yes, Travis. Travis says elephants will hold funerals for fallen members of the herd. And I have seen a clip of I can't remember where it was, maybe somewhere in Africa. A whole bunch of people, villagers, actually rescue a baby elephant, and the parents elephant came and realized that the people rescued their baby, and they actually turn around multiple times and make signals to the villagers, say thank you, literally. I love stories like that. Um, this part is already done. The 林, that's a random situation with Lin there. Lin says, Yogi, I have lost more needles today than I have hot dinners. What's happening today, Lin? Why are you losing needles? What's happening? Do they just disappear? Do you break them? Or they just disappear off like my floss? I have not found the threads. There's about close to 10 scans of floss there. It just disappeared from my life. No trace. One, two. Oh, so frogs are super smart. Yes, Heather, I can believe that because I'm terrible with pop quiz. I know nothing. You know, if I ever join a team, I'm the weakest link, for sure. Cassie says the tree frogs will be my backyard. In a couple of weeks, I will talk to a few, see if they're interested. Yes, please, Cassie, would you put forward, a few words for me, and just, please pity Yogi's situation. See if they can do something. One, two. These two are done. Are tree frogs those really green ones? Really smooth looking things, like plastic. Oh, Lily. I put food outside for Lily. Why is he still crying? I don't understand it. I think he just wants to come in. And you can't do that because Dolly's terrified. But there's food. There's food outside, so he's not hungry. Lily, please work with Yogi. World peace, okay. He's so demanding, it's crazy. Grace says, did you look into your other projects like Sarah did? Oh, I look into the fabric. I did. I went through, I do have a fabric box that I put all my webs that are not framed, and I went through every single piece. No. I opened up every single piece, nothing. And the mystery is I have not thrown away anything from this room, you know, because normally I would, they're kind of three levels. When I cut off bits and pieces here, you know, like threads, I have a little container to put that. And once that's slightly full, I tip it into a slightly larger kind of a bin, but mostly just thread type of stuff, fabric, you know, nothing like it's not regular junk. And once that little container is a little bit full, I tip it over to a larger bin, and eventually that bin is cleared. So even if I accidentally kind of throw away anything, I find it pretty quickly. But it's not the case. I have not thrown it away or anything like that. So I don't know what that was about. Cassie says, "Oh, referring to tree frogs, so tiny. They love the pool. They love to hide in the cushions on the chairs. Why would they be in? Do you have tree frogs like indoor? Why would they be hiding behind the cushions? What are they trying to get? You know, are they trying to find coins or lost needles? That's such a strange place for frogs." Hello. Is it Lorena? Interesting emoji. Elsie says, can you bring him into and keep him like a kennel where Dolly can see him to get to him? No, Lily, if you have met him, he's extremely, well, not feral, because he's very friendly to me. So clearly he's friendly to some human, but he's very dominant, and he's a big cat as well. If I try to keep him like in a basket or something, he's not gonna have it. He's gonna suffer a lot. He's free to roam wherever he wants, to go wherever he wants. And also with Dolly, the situation, I just cannot see how that's gonna work out. He's very, very aggressive, not just to Dolly, to all cats. All cats here, I constantly hear him just hissing with other cats. He just wants this area to be his. He's very, very, very dominant, very, very male cat. So this is why it's so difficult, because I have had many male cats before. I have not ever come across a cat that is so bossy and dominant. He's like a little, you know, baby to me. He's like, you know, he just turned into a little kitten when he sees me. But with other cats, he just cannot tolerate any other cats. That's why I cannot sort of, you know, adopt him lightly, because if it doesn't work out, it's going to be really, really bad for him. And I've been asking sort of my local charity, and they can't help right now because it's non-urgent. Elsie says, could the floors have fallen behind a desk? I've looked everywhere. I look everywhere. I actually look behind cupboards, everything, all up, likely and unlikely locations I've looked. And this is not a very big room. This is like a kind of a large single room. And I cannot find it. I just cannot find it. I don't have a cellar, Cassie. And the thing is, before the stream, I made a point of leaving a nice bowl of food there. So he's got a food. He's not after food. It's not like he's hungry. He just wants to come in. And Bex says, you have jinxed me. I lost my needle. Oh, Bex, have mercy on Yogi. It wasn't me. It's Lynn. It's Lynn. Lynn's losing her needles. Okay, then. Oh, hang on a second. I think Dolly might be outside, and I don't want Dolly to be attacked. Hang on. I will be right back. No, not this one. What am I showing? This one. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Oh dear. So it turned out it was Dolly being outside, and all that noise, all the noises you heard, all the aggression was towards poor Dolly. So this is why it's very, very tricky. He's just so aggressive. He's just like, why? Calm down. All right. So it's 12:30 midnight here. Time flies. I'm gonna just do. I think I've got 5 more stitches in this area. Okay, so these will be my last stitches, and of course, I will be sharing my stitch counts with you. And today we have not got kicked out yet. Quite refreshing. Quite refreshing. So I may be able to share my stitch counts with you. I've got 3 more stitches to do. Jeanine says, does he try to hurt Dolly? I have not seen them being physically fighting with each other. Dolly is very smart. Dolly will hide, but he's very literally just standing in front of Dolly, ready to pounce. So, and he's been with other cats like this in a, in a neighborhood. He just wants the whole area to be his, and he's the only cat here. That's the problem. Maybe this is why he has not been adopted, because he's a sweet cat. But in order to adopt him, you have to cope with all of this and making sure if you have other cats, it's just not going to happen. Because he's just so mad at other cats. All right, then, that's my last stitch there. It's very, very tricky because otherwise I cannot see why someone has not taken him in already. He's very sweet with people. 435. Laura. Oh, Laura. Yes, Yogi's just about to announce his stitches, and Laura is coming forward and go 936 stitches for me today. Yay, Laura. All right, it's like that, is it? All right then. Oh, see what I have to put up with, and my count is going to be a fraction of that. Okay, Laura, I get it. And all right then. So I am going to, well done, Laura. Well done, Laura. And Beck says 9 a.m. Sunday here. Yes, it's already tomorrow, isn't it? So here we go. So let me zoom out a little bit. Let me show you what's happening today on my fabric. This is a visit after a long while, nearly over 2 weeks, I think, with this piece. And because even on Saturday, on Aimee Stewart style, sometimes I stitch other pieces because I've got so many Aimee Stewart projects. But today is Traveling Library Day, and I really missed it. I really enjoy it. And, as I said, I've been spending quite a lot of time around this area. But you can see this area is slowly but surely it started to take shape. And today is about spending time. Now I zoomed down. Now I know what I did. Look at those pink petals here. I didn't know that was what I was stitching. So you really have to zoom out to appreciate it. And so today I kind of follow typewriter method. Kind of go row by row. And it's a really good method if you want to tidy up the borders a little bit more, because very often if we do cross country, we can just pick and choose what we like, and you end up with a lot of loose stitches. So this method allows you to be a bit more disciplined with taking care of the edges, and it's looking quite good, isn't it? And I just love the definition of the pieces. Everything's looking so consistent and so pretty. So there you go. And I'm going to show you my app and share the number of stitches I've done today. And if you don't know what I'm stitching, where have you been? This is Traveling Library and Heaven and Earth pattern. I'm stitching on 28 counts, and the artwork is by Aimee Stewart. Guys, are you ready? I'm going to count down. 2, 3. Oh, Janine has done 13. That's much better. That's much better. I'm going to count down to 3, 2, and 1. There you go. The grand total of the number of stitches Yogi has done today on our Aimee Sao, we didn't do it last week, is 262. Yay! Well done, Yogi. Not quite, a Laura level, but not bad for Yogi. The bar is pretty low here, okay? And the percentage currently is 2.34. And we move forward a little bit, tiny bit here. So I'm very, very happy. And I hope you enjoy your session, and thank you for all your kind words and support for the channel. We are 1 year old as far as streaming goes, And we're on stream number 260 something. I lost track. And we're just keeping forward. We're taking one stream at a time, just like we do with stitches, one stitch at a time. And this moment counts, and that's all we're focusing on, and enjoy every moment. And we have good chat every day, aren't we? And so thank you guys for today and your kind wishes. And tomorrow we're going to meet again, Sunday stitching, and stitch whatever you want day, okay? And I'll see you here, and you know where to find me. And until then, be good and eat a lot of vegetables, okay? Night night, everyone. Good night. Nighty night. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.